Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this snowy Saturday morning. I just want to let you all know, first of all, right away, that we're very appreciative of your time. We're giving up some time this Saturday morning to meet with the board. We want to be respectful of your time, so board members, if we could, just stick to the items at hand, try not to stray off the topics and respect our presenters' time. Again, thank you all for being here. Today is March 8th, Saturday, March 8th, 2025. For the record, it is 9:52 a.m. I would like to go to call this meeting to order. Could you please get a roll call?
President Flores,
Here.
Vice President Spray,
Here.
Secretary Seville,
Here.
Board Member King,
Here. Okay, next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent, could you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item D is our land acknowledgement statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red River people within the original territory of Taos Pueblo. This acknowledgement will apply as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red River people whose land and water we benefit from in this great valley today. And then prior to moving on to the next item, which is approval of the meeting agenda, I just want to state for the record, we are here for a finance committee meeting. Item E is approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda as presented? I believe there's none. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President. Could you please call the roll?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Vice President Seville,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item F is public comment. Do you have anybody in the audience that would like to speak in public comment? So anybody online? Okay, so we'll move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is new business. Item GA, review of financial statements. First item under GA is Finance Department. Director of Finance, Mrs. Tanya Maestas. And everybody just get comfortable. We'll try to forego some regular formalities and just get through this. So be at ease and
Saturday mode.
I guess I'm confused. Are we starting with my, do you want to start with? Oh, okay. So we're gonna start off with, the big book that you guys got within your packet that has all this information and I'll take the time to get it on. So we're gonna start here. I don't know if everybody can see it. I'm sorry I didn't do numbers of board president voting in the morning. So we're gonna start off with our district consultant, Kara Gonzalez, which I believe you guys are all familiar with who she is. She's helping create this presentation, so she's gonna start off going through it this morning.
Good morning, members of the board, President Flores, Vice President Ray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, and
Should be
Ms.
for sure.
You stepped out for a minute.
good morning, Dr. Layton, and all members here. So I've got a lot of information. It's probably a whole bunch, it's probably a little bit too much possibly to go through in one and go through it all, but I'm going to do it on a very high level summary type thing. I'm going to ask, not because we don't want questions, but because we've got a lot of presentations to go through, that we hold the questions. And if we need to come back at the end or come back another time with your guys' input on what you want to go over even more detail, whatever, we can come back and do that. So just so that we can get through all the information, because it's a lot. What we're going to go over is basically what we go through in order to establish a budget for the district, what the process is, what some of our challenges are, how it all partakes. And so I'm going to start right now with the Citizens Guide to the New Mexico State Budget. It's a really nice document that I was able to find from the Legislative Finance Committee. It's only a couple of pages long, but it really goes into how the process works. And because a lot of times people don't understand all the different pots of money that the school has and why they are what they are, how they come to us, how they're used, why some have restrictions that others don't. And so this kind of just gives how House Bill 2, which is the General Appropriation Act, how it is formed through the state, and then how it's filtered out to the different departments. And so they start with, right now they're in legislative session. They're at the end of their budget season. We're at the beginning of ours. They're started at the time that we started school, and they start collecting data, getting information from all the state departments, forecasting revenue, doing all that kind of stuff. And so they've got in that packet, as you can see, the budget cycle. And so in mid-June, they're starting to send instructions to all the different state agencies, asking them, hey, what is it that you're requesting? What is it that you're looking at? So all of that data is already being done when we're barely ending school and starting the new school year. In August, the LFC adopts a budget, some budget guidelines in preparation for agency budget hearings. And then in September 1st, all agencies have to submit their budget requests to LFC and TFA. So that includes PED, et cetera. So they're already working on next year's budget already in September. So they're getting ready for all that. In October through December, the LFC holds hearings on budget requests, and DFA separately analyzes a lot of the requests. And so that's what happens all the way through October. And then in early January, that's when the LFC releases its budget recommendation and its annual report to the legislature, and the governor releases a separate recommendation. At that point, then that's in January when they decide it's on whether we have a 30-day session or a 60-day session. And 30 days are an even number of years, and 60 days are an odd number of years, which is why we're in a 60-day session right now. It's because it's the year of 25. So 20 days after the session, the governor has to act on the General Appropriation Act and sign it all into legislation or parts. She can veto, she can do lots of different things. We are constantly watching the legislature to see what bills are coming through, what are they potentially thinking is going to happen with us, because we have to start trying to figure out, hey, where do we stand financially? How is this going to impact us? What does it look like? And so we start watching the bills and see, okay, what's important and pertinent to the district. And so all that happens, and then we go ahead, they either pass it or don't, legislature ends, and then we move on. And then in May 1st, and it's going to start all the way from April 15th, all the way to like probably June 10th is probably the last budget submission for schools. And so they have a very tight timeline. So what happens is they'll be reaching out to all the districts very soon. I'm talking about public education department, and they'll say, these schools have your budget due on April 15th. These are due on April 17th. These are due whatever their schedule is. Every operating budget has 10 days to get through all the way through their review at PED. So it's really critical once we submit, we don't just get to say, who we submitted our budget, I'm going on vacation. They don't let us do that. They right away start asking questions and we have to reply. It's a really busy time. That's only one of our budgets. I think I counted the other day, we're like up to 62 budgets in total that we have to manage. It's a lot of budgets, different requirements, different stipulations. And they all have to go through review through, the operational goes through its own review of 10 days, and then everything else goes through, reviews through program, reviewing all of their, applications, how they're gonna, do they meet the guidelines, do they meet the criteria, that kind of stuff. And then, they go through a fiscal side. So starting, once our budget is due, from that point till June 30th, we have to be available to PED to be answering questions, submitting documents back and forth to them to make sure that we meet what they want. So, as we go through this, I kind of went through pretty much everything as the process. But if we look at page 3, they really are starting to look at what money's coming in and what money's going out. And pretty much if you see this, oops, the scroll on that other page, which you got. Yeah, just scroll down to page 3. Right there, these sources. I'll just give a real brief overview on that. So basically, here are all your revenue sources at the top, and then here at the bottom are the main users of the general fund. And so most of the revenue comes from general and selective sales tax, which is mostly your grocery receipts. Then some is income tax at 24%, then your energy revenues, which are more like your severance taxes, that kind of thing. Then investments, and then other revenue. That's what comprises the state's whole revenue that they give in order to push out the bill. When you come down to uses, public schools get the majority of the budget of that bill. So 45.5% of local schools get, and charters get the majority of the budget. Health and Human Services gets 26.9%. And then 12.2 is higher education, so your colleges, etc. Then 8.9 is your other, and then 6.6 is your public safety. Okay. Pretty much, I'm not going to read this for you. The rest of it talks about how they how the revenues come in, how they disperse it out. It really gives you some good information on the legislative session and how the bills go through, where they go through, what the process is. But this is really good information, I think, for everybody to understand how finance works. Now I'm going to switch over to the next preliminary roadmap. It says 21-22 because I didn't want to recreate this. I ran out of time, number one. And I took it from PED because it still actually meets what we have for this year, because we're in the same category. So I'm just going to go over what SEG is. It's the State Equalization Guarantee, and that's how the school is given their money. And in order to get our money, we have to go through all these different steps, and it starts in October. And starting in October is when we have our first reporting period, and they call it the 40th day. And so that's usually like about October 10th or 9th. It just depends on what the calendar looks like. And so it's a state mandated snapshot date. All student counts are taken at that time. And then our STARS coordinators and data people, they have until November to get everything fixed and working back and forth with PED to make sure that our counts are correct and accurate. I can't stress enough how important it is for our data to be captured correctly, because that is what actually drives the budget. Students drive our budget. And if we're not counting all kids correctly, or we're missing things, we're missing out on dollars. And so we really need to, you know, when people say, I need data, I need to submit this, we really need to say, we need it, you know, because it's very crucial. So that's what happens in the 40th, the first reporting period. Then also in October, you'll see right below it, we've got 40-day membership projections for the following school year. So we have to make a projection based on current year, what do we think next year is gonna look like? Because as I told you, the legislature's already calculating their budget for us. So they need this information. So they wanna know, do we think we're gonna grow? Or they think we're gonna decrease? What do we think it is? That's a really important piece of capture of data that we have to do. Some districts use, they've got their analysts and they're bigger, they have statisticians and that kind of stuff that are calculating all of that data, looking at the rate, doing all that kind of stuff. Other schools, we basically look at where are we right now? What are our first graders this year? They roll over to second graders, third graders, whatever. We make the best prediction that we can. One of the things that we need to do is make sure that we don't overestimate. Because if they give you too much money and you spend it, and then they say in February, oh, we right-sized you and we got to cut your budget, it's really, really difficult. So it's better to be very conservative in a sense, but if we need, the extra accounts or whatever, then we need to do that. So that's where that is. So we complete that with the help of the superintendent and the different schools, because we need to know what the actual numbers are, because we in the business office don't know how many kindergarteners are in what classrooms and that kind of stuff. So we work with them closely on that. Then we also submit who are in the district are nationally board certified. And so we present that information to them. We also then look at new program membership projections for the following school year. Maybe they opened up, because for a while there it was really frozen. Maybe now they opened up that you can count actual students that are in your fine arts program or in your PE program or whatever it is. Whereas before it was flat, now you can make new projections on those. So they allow you to do that kind of stuff. And so we look at that. And then we also do the staffing cost multiplier. And the thing that changed here was it used to be called the training and experience index. And they changed it to a teacher cost index model. And for a while there, the reason it's on here together is for a while there, as they were phasing out the T&E, what they call it, the T&E, they ran them both together and they were taking averages of the two. And then they slowly worked that one out and brought in the teacher cost index. The main difference on the teacher cost index is you only count teachers now. In the past, you could count all different kinds of teachers, personnel. You could count probably, I'm trying to think, if you hired at that time, social workers, that kind of stuff, those types of things were included. They're not included in this anymore. So it's just teachers. Then we hit December, the very beginning of December, and we're already in 80 days of our schools, approximately for all schools across the state. And we're now taking our second snapshot of data. Where are we? Are our kids still here? Are we growing? Are we losing? What are we doing? So that's our second reporting period. Then we hit January, and as you can see, the legislative session starts, whether it's a 30-day or 60-day, it can go all the way up until the beginning of April. This year we're in a 60 days, so it should go close to April. Then in February, we hit the third reporting period. Now, the importance of the second and the third reporting period is that this is what determines what student counts they're going to use. The state takes the average of those two counts. So it's not one or the other, it's the average of the both. That's how they say, okay, that's what your numbers are going to be. So that's what's critical about that. What's critical about the 40-day count that was done is based on what they gave us on those averages from the prior year. Now on 40th day, they true up those numbers from the prior year, what they gave us. So at 80th, 120th, they guessed and said, you're going to have 1,000 kids, but at 40th day, you have 1,005. They're going to true it up and make it back to, this is the current year, and now we're true back up. So that's how those numbers work and why they're so important to capturing data. Then in April, oh no, actually I missed it. in March is they start to calculate the at-risk index. And so that's a combination of Title I mobility plus ELL. And so it's Title I mobility and ELLs, three things, and those are added together. And then they have a weight percentage on it. It's a 0.33 was the previous or was currently what was being used. And that's what's counted as our at-risk index. That is looking to be changed for this year. That's one of the things that's being looked at. They've started to try and modify the funding formula the way it is. And that's one of the items that's going to be looked at and changed potentially. We don't know yet for sure, but potentially. And then, and so we just have to validate, probably Melissa does that. Do you do that? And Renetta, who does that validation? That you guys, you run it. Okay, so they have to confirm, yes, that's what our title numbers look like. That's what our mobility, et cetera. They confirm that. Then in April, we start spring budget workshop. If we were in a 30-day session, spring budget workshop would be typically in March. So 30 days, they have them in March. 60-day sessions, they have them in April. What that does for us is, remember, we're barely having spring budget workshops. We're getting our numbers potentially at that point. Sometimes they don't even have the data yet because the legislature has just finished. Things haven't happened yet completely. And so they're scrambling to give us our numbers. And the first budgets are already due April 15th. So some of those districts have to really get their stuff together. And so it's critical that we always start building our budgets early and making the best projections that we can. A lot of times I used to see this a lot in the past was just having done this for so long is I'd meet with my people and they'd be like, oh, I can't build my budget because I don't know my number. We have to just make the best guess that we can at that point and true everything up because we have deadlines to meet. So that's where we're at with that. Then the budget workbook and forms are given, and that's what number we're waiting for. We are waiting for what's called a 910B5. Everybody wants that 910B5 because that's what tells us how much SEG we're going to get, and that's what drives our operational budget. So we're waiting and waiting for that number. Then, as you can see in the blue at the bottom, starting by April 15th, budgets are due as are set by the budget analyst. And then one thing that's missing from this is right in the end of May. I don't know what the last day of school is for Taos this year, but they now do an end of year reporting period. And so that's a new addition that started just recently is they actually capture data at end of year. I don't know what they're doing specifically with that data, but I think it has something to do with schools and their numbers of days and their calendars and what's happening with kids. Do they actually come and get taught probably by the end of the year or end of the year? I don't know what they're going to do with that data yet, but that's a new thing that's come in. Then we all submit our budgets. We go through our process like we talked about earlier. And at June 30th, whatever budgets have made it through every department and given the stamp of go and good, that's what becomes our new budget for the next year. For example, in the past, they've gotten better, but in the past, it didn't matter how hard we worked to submit our special ed budget, it never made it through all the departments and the reviews and got it done. So we did all this work. We did all this stuff, and then June 30th would come, and at midnight, they roll their system, and July 1, we know what our budgets are. And that one would be taken off the list. And we're like, oh man, now we have to do a budget adjustment of our. So we'd have to start the process all over again. So the goal is, if anything that we have budgeted this year, we really want to make sure that it's budgeted and ready to go for next year, because to go through that process all over again in July and August, trying to get budgets reestablished, it's just not fun. It's easier to get it all done at the same time in the budget process. So that's that's budgeting overall in a nutshell. That's what we're doing nonstop. This next page, right after that, that just gives you, again, the 40th day when the review ends date, and then the new, end of year state mandated snapshot date. So that's just a little bit more information for you guys. So that's it for those. Now what we're gonna go into is now the public school funding formula. And this is what drives our monies. And I already talked about it a little bit, but basically it's just this little area right here where we're counting students. And the way it works, I'll give you a brief overview on here, and then we're gonna go through real quickly and we'll go over an actual. This is a 910B5. This is that document that we really are like, oh my gosh, we can't wait till we have that document. So you scroll up just a little, okay, right, okay. So basically what happens is we start over here on the left where we start counting basic units. And so basic units mean there's the students in class, by classroom, by school, whatever. And so we have basic units and they count developmentally disabled 3 and 4 year olds, kindergartners, first graders, all the way through 12th grade. So the first step is we take account of all the students. And so that's what is put in initially. We know we have 1,000 kids across this section. Then they weight each of the kids based on where, through their analysis, what it takes to educate students. And so everything's weighted. So basically what they've said is 3 and 4 year olds need an additional weight of 1.44 because that's what it costs to educate them. It's almost 1.5 times of them to educate them. Same thing with kindergartners. But then as you get to first graders, that weight drops to 1.2 because it doesn't cost as much to educate first graders as it does the other ones. Same as you see, keep going down, second and third graders at 1.18 weight, fourth graders are at 1.045, and 7th to 12th graders are at 1.25 of a weight. So you would take the number of students times that, and we'll go over that in a little bit. And then you take your basic unit and multiply by that staffing cost multiplier to get an adjusted program unit. Then we would take the adjusted program units in the middle column and we would start adding on what are the other pieces that each kid has. Are they, it includes ancillary staff. But we look at, okay, now we're looking at special ed. The A and B level students, they get an additional 0.7 because they need a little bit of assistance, but not as much as a C and D level or a D level student. And look at D level students. They actually get funded at 2 times their costs. So for each D level student, you get 2 times the amount of money for them. That's just because they know it costs a lot more money to educate them because you have to have all the extra additional ancillary staff helping and that kind of stuff. Then they go into special program units, which would be like your bilingual, your fine arts, your elementary PE, your K-12 plus. You've got, so those all come into play. And then you've got school and district size units, rural population units, at-risk units, enrollment growth units, add-on units. Then you start counting in your certified, nationally certified board teachers, your charter school activities, if you have some, homeschool activities and programs, etc. And they take all of that and that equals your total units. Once you get your total units, they apply the unit value to get a program cost. And that's usually done with your TCI or T&E. So that's what we talked about earlier, that report that we submitted on how many teachers we have and their credentials and that kind of stuff. And then they subtract out any energy conservation credits. And then that's what equals your state equalization guarantee. So that's how that all works in a nutshell. So in your packet, you guys have this SEG planning tool. And that's this next package. Probably another, but yes. So as we talked about earlier, when you look at this, here's where we start counting our kids. And again, this is the 80th and 120th average. So if you look at the very top in early childhood education, we had 26 students in pre-K 3 YTD and 4 YTD and 113 kindergartners for a total of 126. And if you took that, you'd say, Carol, 26 plus 113 does not equal 126. But one thing that they don't show on this is they do not count the pre-K at 100%. They only count those at half. So we had 26, we only get credit for 13 because they have that number. Then the rest of the program units, we had in grade 1, 108.5 students, 128, 112, all the way down, for a grand total of 1,674.5 students in the grades 1 through 12. But our total FTE MEM becomes 1,800.5 because we're taking the total of the grades 1 through 12 plus the 126 that we get credit up there. Okay, now if we slowly slide over, nope, not down. And okay. And then back up. As you can see, now they start applying those factors that we talked about just a little while ago. So when they take those 126 units for the kindergartners and the 3-4 DD, instead of being a weight of 126, it now gives us a unit of 181.44. So it really bumps up what our amount we're going to get, so that we can start generating more money. And so they already know that first graders, instead of getting an amount of 108.5 for the students, it's the equivalent of having 130 students. So you're getting the money for that equivalency. So you're getting a lot of excess money just because of how it costs, what it costs to educate them. Here at the bottom is where we want to go through at total, no, right there, you're good, right there. Total program units is 2,003.763. They take the TCI that we talked about, which is the teacher cost index. And it's for this specific year, it was 1.082. They don't add a weight on it. It's just flat, whatever that is. They take that times your total new units and multiply it, and you get an adjusted membership program units of 2,364.39. I didn't do the calculations for everything, but just for the TCI, the difference between the weight on adding the TCI into there, they get that gave for that particular fiscal year 1.1 million. And so that's a portion of where they're usually driving. Is there enough money in the funds, you know, to give raises or to, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's where that piece comes from. Then as we go down, here's where we talk about the special ed units. Yeah, right there, perfect. We've got all our special ed counts. We're putting them in here, and then over on this side, regular counts, what they really are on the left. The right is applying the factor and giving us new units. So that's how that works. In yellow right there in projected, that's when we would have said, oh, we might have some new projections in bilingual. We're kind of looking right now what it would look like if we change the bilingual program model, potentially what it would affect, how would it affect it. So those are just things that we look at as we're moving through and working through things. Then we've got fine arts, 685 total, then a total MEM of 685. And when you apply a program factor on it, let's see if I find it, it actually adds 37.675 additional units because they put a factor of 0.055 on that. that's how this works. So I'm not gonna continue going through all of these. Pretty much, I'll just give you an overview. Everything is weighted, counted on the left side, and then it's weighted and given additional information on the other side. So it includes at-risk, the National Board Certified Teachers that we talked about. Here at the bottom, it's got homeschool student programs, student activities, charter school activities, and all that comes into play. And then when we go to page 2, they subtotal all the units. And then they had a save harmless at that point. And then they had the total base units. And then you see the unit value. So if you get to our grand total of program units right here, and we multiply it times the unit value, the program cost now for Taos is $24,641,557.65. If we had 24 million, yeah. If we had any, sorry, 24,000, yeah, we wouldn't survive. Can't even hire one person. 24 million. But if we had any adjustments for those energy renewable or anything like that, they would take credit for it here and it would lower our state equalization guarantee. So right now, that's what we're looking at back in that fiscal year to fund for the next year, the new budget. That's how that'll work for us this year. So this is the document that we're always like, oh my gosh, if we want our hands on this. When I looked at this the other day, based on this data, I haven't done it with the current year's data. And the only reason I used this old data is when I went through the school's latest 910B5s, PED didn't print out a really clean copy last year, so it didn't present well like this. So I said, oh, well, that's the latest one that I could get. So that's where I went for that. What I could do is I could probably, based off of this, and I don't know how it'll hold, that's what would be interesting is, if we took the number of students that we had and came up with that times the, whatever the unit value was, we actually were funded at 2.2 as a whole. So it over doubled what our count was to generate our 24 million. So without all that extra things in there, our budget really would have only been like approximately 12 million or less, a little bit less. So we really need all that weighting and all of that to predict that. So I could potentially take and I'll do that to see how close we are to this current year with changes. If we took our student number times what we think the unit value would be, and then multiplied it by 2.2, we'd probably get pretty close to a number, and we'll see what it is. So that is the conclusion of that. I know it's a lot of information, but we can always come back and talk about that. The next we talked about was bill analysis. I'm gonna skip this part and come back to it. I'm just gonna give a really quick overview of the bills that I included. But at the end of everything, after everybody's had time to present, if there's still time, I'll come back and readdress all this because I think the other information is important. This gives you really good detail of what's going on with the bills that I provided you. I didn't provide you everything, but you can't probably click on this because it's not a link. Oh, but you can, she can. If you put that into your browser and you go to legislative session, it'll right away take you to that. So you'll have to type this in. This gives you every single bill that's going through right now. And I tried to handpick what I thought was important to us, but there's lots. There's tons of House bills, tons of Senate bills, lots of reading if you want to read. There's a lot of things going on. The way it works is, let's scroll up and we'll just click on House Bill 165 because it actually got 156. Yeah. Yeah. So this one passed the House last night, but the way this works is it gives you who the LFC requester was. This one was Lou. Oh, I'm not sure if this one's gonna work or not. This highlighted, HB 156 is a hyperlink. We won't go there yet, but you should be able to click on that and it'll take you right to the legislature and the page, and you can see exactly what's going on in the bill, where it's been, how many days left, etc. So we're gonna go down a little bit and talks about the impact, how it duplicates. We're gonna scroll down a little bit more. Next page. Basically, it gives you a bill summary. Right now, what they're looking at is they're looking at another tier level raise for teachers. So raising the minimums of tier one from 50,000 to 55, tier two's 60 to 65, and tier three, level threes 70 to 75. It also talks about the fiscal implications, what that's gonna do to everyone's budget. Is there enough money, that kind of stuff. And it gives you some really good information. So I'll skip this for right now, but basically these are good things to read so that we know what's going on and start making predictions. Based on this, now we're gonna have to start looking at our salary schedules and start shifting everything over and start knowing now it's not just a percentage raise. It looks like it's a tiered change. And what does that equate to? What we have to wait and find out is, for these levels, is it a tiered change plus a percentage? Is it a percentage before and then a tiered change? We don't know. So we have to start making those analysis. So that's how that works. I'll just briefly go over the ones that I put in your packet, just telling you what they are, and then we'll come back in detail with them if we have time. Paid family and medical leave act versus what we had is HB 111, which is right now, anybody that takes family medical leave, it's unpaid. So they're looking at making it and requiring it to be paid. Public school funding formula changes. This one is interesting because that's what I talked about when we went over that whole spreadsheet of what was going on. What are the things that they're gonna be looking at with the public school funding formula? There's the one thing I want to say about this one is it's very the funding formula is very unique. It's been touted for years, probably one of the most fair, until Yazzie Martinez challenged it, and then it came up with some implications. The hard part about this bill is when they change the funding formula in just one little area, because the way the state of New Mexico is comprised, we have super large districts, big cities, and then we have the ruralest of rural. And when you try and put weights on them, you try and fix one issue for a group of people, it totally skews and distorts, creates volatility for others. I was fortunate to get to sit on this committee, and I got to work with them on doing a lot of these changes. And it was interesting because as they changed the formulas, it would just help one district and totally hurt and destroy another district. And so it was very interesting. We're going to see that happen in our transportation. That's exactly what happened in transportation when they did. And so we're going to go over that a little bit. But it's really difficult because on one side, we're like, oh, that's great. But then I might be the one in the district that really got hurt. And I'm like, oh, it's not great, guys. You're really impacted us. So it's kind of interesting, and it'll tell us about the future changes that are going to be in there, but we'll come back on that in a few minutes. Instructional days in the school year. They're looking at pushing that now to a local board decision versus mandate. So that's what that is going to look at. An increase in educational salaries is HB 156. And so that's additional raising of minimum to 30,000, different, making sure that we have minimum wages, that kind of stuff. House Bill 195 is school nurse salary tiers and minimums. Most schools don't have. They've been able to create their own salary schedules for nurses and being able to say, this is what we're gonna pay them. Now they're looking at creating a tiered system just like teachers and requiring them to pay them like teachers. Could potentially be, I don't know how many nurses are in the school, but it could be. So it could potentially, but we have a tier, so now we just would have to match that, so it's fair. Then, again, House Bill 201, similar to the other House bill earlier, raising school employee minimum wages. House Bill 246, a little different version on it, increasing the minimum wage and how it might potentially affect. House Bill 254 is educational retirees returning to work time period. So they're looking at extending that 36-month period that so previously ERB had, when you retired, you had to sit out a year and you could come back after a year and you could work unlimited. You could double dip and you could work unlimited for school. You just had to meet that requirement. You have to do some reporting to ERB, etc. They phased that out last year. And they brought in their new system, which is you could immediately retire, sit out 90 days, and then come back to work. But the cap was put at 3 years, so you could only work 3 years. Well, they're almost at the end of that already. We're already probably midway through that. And they're still finding that we're still got shortages all over the place. So now they've got to extend it. So they're looking at extending that because there's still so many shortages. So that's what that's regarding. Then this one I have to ask our partners with Staple here. I don't know if it's HB 277. I just pulled it because I'm not sure how it affects Taos. But I know in my previous district, it would have helped my district. So we'll come back and look at that one. And it's millage for certain school districts where they're lowering the mill requirements in order to help with capital outlay and that kind of stuff. So I don't know how that would affect Taos. Then SB 38, which is a Senate bill. It's a Special Education Act. We're looking at creating a new department, how they're going to do that. And then SB 345, which is teacher and instructional support licensure. And basically modifying the conditions for level 1 teaching. And all of these are mostly to try and recruit teachers, get teachers in the classroom. We're having, everybody knows there's such a shortage of teachers and personnel in schools. And so that's where we're at. But we will come back to those if we have time and go over them in detail. Next, what I'd like to go over is the budget calendar of activities. And this is a work in progress because I'm going to need the input from the board to see if these dates actually will work for everybody. And I'll give you guys the rundown on how we came up with these and then why they're set like this. So on February 1st, I reached out to PED because I knew we were trying to shift a lot of things in the way that we look at the budget for Taos. And so I was like, gosh, I need more time. Wanted to ask them if they would give us a budget deadline date of the end of May. And they're short 2 budget analysts right now. And so they couldn't promise me that, yes, they could give us a later date. If we currently get to keep our current budget analyst, he said he would give us till May 9th. However, we don't know yet if that's going to be for sure. So May 9th is better than an April date, but it's still kind of a little bit early, which means we've got a lot of work to do in order to get our budget done. So right now it's tentative. Starting on February 17th through the 20th, we started meeting with departments and meeting and having department budget meetings, going over their what the system is that I'm gonna use, talking about what we're having in terms of concerns with the budget. Are we gonna be able to continue certain projects, et cetera? Then on February 27th, I met with Tanya and Nicole in the finance group so that we could start modifying the 11,000 funds so that I could get you guys a one-page concise document, so you know exactly where the district is in one page. And it makes sense, it breaks things out really nicely, and we can get to that. So we had that meeting. On March 4th, and I don't think this actually ended up happening, I think it was on the calendar, right? You were gonna do the initial review of staffing. So it's moved. Okay, so I'll have to change the date, that date now is this coming Tuesday. So starting to look at staffing levels on Tuesday, because that's important to see as we're being funded. Do we have the right staffing levels? Because just like anything else, if we, and I know it's hard, people don't like to hear it, but when we have small class sizes, they're great because we're trying to get improved scores and whatever. But it's a huge cost to the district. So there's a give and take for each one. So we have to make the decisions, and some hard decisions sometimes is what's the right size. So that's what that is. Then today we're having this first finance / budget board meeting to kind of give you guys an overview of what do we do, how does it look, what is it do? And we're gonna have two more. The next ones we're gonna invite, there is a budget committee. There's a group of people that we need to invite as well. And we'll probably go over a lot of the same stuff, probably not in as much detail. And then on the final one, we'll actually go over PED's spreadsheet or her PowerPoint of what actually came to fruition, what she presents, and she'll give Sarah Cordova's the director there, that she breaks it down as to these are the things that went through and these are what's passed and this is the implications of it. So we'll go over that on probably our very last meeting. Then March 24th through the 28th, after spring break, we're gonna come back and do department budget work sessions. And we're gonna bring all the departments back again and start to really finalize what their budgets are, because we're starting to get numbers now for the programs. This is gonna be your estimated budget or your planning grant. And so we're starting to try and put all the numbers together. So we'll be working on that for that week. And then on March 26th, that's a board meeting. I'm asking that we have, if it's possible, we can have our second budget committee meeting before the board meeting that night. That would be at 4 o'clock. Your budget meeting start at 6? I mean, your board meeting start at 6. Yeah. So if we could do 4 to 5, 4 to 5:30, or if you want to do 5 to whatever you guys want to do, just let me know. We can change that. But that's my recommendation so that we can try and squeeze everything in, or my request. Then April 9th through the 11th, we have the spring budget workshop, and I'm sure some of you are going. This is where they have all the different departments and all the data that they're giving. They have all their talks and legislative updates. They give our budgets out, etc. So that's what that is. And that's in Albuquerque. Then on April 23rd, I'm requesting that the third and final budget meeting, committee meeting happen. And that's again where we'll talk about everything that happened at spring budget workshop. What did we find out for sure? And then April 22nd through the 25th, that's that same week of the 23rd. We're going to try and wrap up all of our budgets. And our goal is to have every single budget finished, complete, and done by the 25th. On May 7th, that's the board meeting. I'm asking that we be allowed to put the budget review for the school, for the actual final wrapped up budget at 5 o'clock that night and go over that with you guys so that it can be approved that night at the school board meeting, because the budget's due at 8 a.m. on May 9th. So we have to have everything done, submitted up to PED. And then, like I mentioned earlier, May 9th through June 30th, that's when all of the departments will be asking us lots of questions and reviews. So the thing that's holding us up right now is that tentative budget date. If it changes the budget submission, we'll have to really change all this. I don't foresee us getting a later date, to be honest with you. And so I think our best guess is trying to have it done by the May 9th. And if they tell us it's due in April, then we have to do some major shifts to get it all done. So, any questions on that? Do those dates work? If you guys have any questions or you don't think it'll work, get with Dr. Layton and we can, figure out how we might need to change that. We don't need to make a decision today. We can deal with that. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, let's go to the next attachment. Here is every single budget that gets submitted or that Taos Schools have currently right now. And this is what's in OBMS, which is PED's system. And the way this works is you can see these are all our funds. And you'll see the total revenues and expenditures always match when they have to. They got a balance. They gave us a budget. We've got estimated expenditures in there, but it's basically budget, not expenditures. It's what do we have for a budget to create or to allow us to do our expenditures. The district, like I said, has approximately 62 funds that we manage. Everywhere that there's that little transition in gray, that's where the different types of funds come into play. So the first set of funds are the general funds. The general funds total, we have about 30.6 million. Then it drops down to food services, universal free lunch, our athletics budgets, our student activities, which are non-instructional. And then at 24,101 down, that's where it starts all of our federal flow through grants. So you scroll down to the little bit bottom of the page, they'll subtotal at that gray area, all the federal flow through grants. And what that means is that these are monies that come from the feds, go straight to PED, and then PED flows them to us. So those are flow through funds. Then we start with the 25s. And those are like your impact aid, your Indian ed, those kind of things. And when you look at the subtotal of those are all federal direct grants. So everything that comes from the feds, but instead of going through PED, it flows straight to the district. That's the difference on those. Then we have lots of funds that are 27 funds, and those are state flow through grants. So the state also has money like the feds state flow through for different projects. And so that's how those, what those are categorized as. Then we move down to 28s, and these are actual state direct grants. So again, you've got stuff like your grad child care, those kinds of things. And so that's how those flow to the district. And then 29,102, these are private direct grants, and anything in a 29,000 fund is either combined state or local. 29 for this district is mostly Lohr Foundation grants and donations that come through the district. And so that's what those are. And then if you take all of the 2000s, the grand total is 11.9 million. Then you start with your fund 31,100, which is your GEO bond building. 31,200 is your public school capital outlay, which is your PSCOC. And then 31,400 is your special capital outlay from the state. 31,700 is your SB9, which is your local taxes. SB 31703 is your SB 9 state match. And then you have 319 is your Ed Tech Equipment Act. So that's our technology bond. And then for the Fund 3000, it subtotals to 13 million. 13.7 million. Then we have our debt service funds. So we've got the 41,000 debt service and the ETN debt service. And so there's, in debt, we've got the 8.4 currently at this point. And the grand total, I'm disappointed that it didn't subtotal as a whole, but grand total, if you want to write this down, it's 66,496,957.13. So this is what we've been busy working on these last couple of weeks, is trying to recreate and process applications and planning for all of these different budgets. So that's what we've been working on. There's a lot of budgets, a lot of work. Then let's go to our next slide, which is the orange one. Oh, it's the other one prior to that. This is what we were working hard on. I started this when I was here initially, and then we never fully got it off the ground. But I think this will help the district to really know what our cash is, what we can afford, what we can't, and where we're really spending our money. I could have easily just said, let's put everything into departments and move everything into a department, and then you'd have to ask, well, what do the departments do? What do they spend their money on? Because you don't have the detail. But I broke it out into a lot of detail because to me, I think it's very important. You get to see truly where the budgets are being spent and where our money's going. And so the way this works is I created under row labels. These are all either departments or they're items that we are required to pay. So these are all the different categories that we created. We can add more, we can take some away, we can do different things. But it's just a short way to analyze that $29 million budget that's listed on this sheet for on page 1 of the operational budget. That's what it is in summary, is this. And so as you can see, it starts with benefits and payroll. And if we look at this right here, we have to come back and do a little bit of fixing, because right at this moment, we take the two together, we're right at about 20 million in salaries and benefits out of the operational budget. The year-to-date transactions right at this moment are probably the only thing right now that's a true, I could say that's a true number. Encumbrances are encumbrances. And I would say that the encumbrances for payroll and benefits are mostly accurate, except for, I would think that we still probably haven't done all of the encumbrances for probably sports. What else? Just athletics. So it might increase a little bit because we still haven't gotten the rest of the sports into there. So that might change slightly. But then if you go down the list, you've got property and liability insurance, and that's a huge hit to the district every year. 1.2 is budgeted in there, but this last year's bill was $1,053,000, and it's going to continue to increase. And then we broke out postage, at risk, fine arts, those kinds of things. And you can see where we're working on trying to make sure that we're meeting all of those requirements and what do we put in there. And there's a lot of work that can still be done on that. Instructional materials is at that number. Instructional materials, don't think that instructional materials weren't bought. That's what was budgeted. They were probably purchased out of some other funds, or this year probably wasn't a adoption year. Is that correct? It's an adoption every year, but the amount that was really small. Yeah, because Because sometimes you have a core adoption, and so you're buying math books or science books or whatever, and then other years, it's a very small, what would it be? What would
Social
it
studies or social studies.
Okay,
This year in science, so we'll be spending quite a bit of it.
so this next year will coming up. So we'll have to make sure we plan for enough to cover that adoption. So that's the way this works. I gave you at the end column what the percentage balance remaining is. If this was June 30th, right now, these expenses, we got rid of the encumbrances and they became year-to-date transactions. We added them all together. That very bottom number at the bottom of the page on the right, the 2.6 million. That would be right at the moment if there was nothing, everything was spent completely in those two columns. That would have been our cash balance right at this moment with what was budgeted. I still have cash to budget. We need to go in and look at that because we're waiting on the audit to be finalized and approved. And once all that gets done, we can present it to you guys, but we can start budgeting all that stuff back in now. So we'll be seeing a lot of bars coming through really soon to true up all of the different funds. And so that's how that works. And I think it will help to give you guys a good idea of what's happening month to month. Where's the money? Where's the money's happening? Where's the spending coming from? What is it related to and tied to? So that's how that works. Then the next tab, I named it, I renamed it, it just came back. This is just my notes as I'm meeting with departments, knowing what's coming down from PD, things that are going to be affecting the operational budget this next year. And it could, some of these things may go away, but some of these things we may be adding a lot more as we continue to meet. We don't know. So you guys might even want to add some things on there. And so the way this works is, I just, as I know there's something coming up and it needs to be addressed and we need to come back and look at the challenge, I just start writing out what is it that we've got to look at. And so the first two are the biggest, part of the biggest ones that we need to come back and look at. Right now, when we look at 21,000, which is our student nutrition, at year end, the cash balance was negative 685,000 for that fund. When you look at deposits that actually belong to last year, it reduces that to 446,699. The problem is that, and we'll go over that in just a few minutes, is the student nutrition fund is not sustainable at this moment. And it's going to potentially impact the operational budget. We can do two things. We can either pick it up in the operational budget, or we can leave it and do a temporary loan to it, work on trying to get it back into being able to sustain itself and get close to it, and eventually pay itself back. We have to make that decision. And so that's where we're at on that fund. And I'm going to go over in detail these two funds in a few minutes. Then in the next one is the 13,000 transportation budget. What's this year going to look like? I talked to you about the SEG changes and what happens when they change a formula. The district has potentially, ours is it's kind of different because I know that the student counts were lower this last year. And so part of our decrease could be some of that, but it also could be because of the way the funding formula was changed. And unfortunately, because we don't have the same way to look at what happened from year to year, because our drop changed drastically. And Samantha will talk about that, why it changed. I can't really do a quick analysis to say it's X or it's Y. It's all the funding formula or it's we didn't count ridership the same or whatever. We're gonna go into that one in detail in a little while as well, and it's part of the document. Right at this moment, the difference between funding from last year and this year is a decrease of $400,000. We are looking at that as a potential, what we're gonna be in the negative at the end of the year. So, we're doing calculations as we speak, and we'll continue looking at it and trying to, make it the best that we can until we can get that there. Then the rest of them are things that we've had in discussion, and I'll just go over them really quickly. Athletics. My big concern with athletics is we don't have bus drivers, so we have to pay Herrera coaches a lot of money. That's hurting the district. You know, what do we do? How do we fix that? Everybody's hurting across the state. Bus drivers are hard to find. So how do we fix that? Talking about changing the structure of the leave, for the school, and staff, employee staff. What's that cost? What does it really cost when you change something like that? That's could potentially be a hit to the district. These teacher tier licenses that were proposed, it looks like they're getting ready to, be finalized if they go all the way through. The minimums, the percent, how's that gonna affect all the grants on the federal and state side? And that's a big concern because we pretty much have hit, and that's what we're finding as we're meeting. Most of the funds can't sustain what they've been doing in the past. So a lot of stuff is gonna have to come into the operational budget. And how much is it? I'd like to see, I talked to Renetta a little bit. I don't know if I mentioned it to you, Dr. Layton, but what I'd like to see possibly as a way for us to figure it out and take some work is kind of like other funding models is maybe we look at for each fund, and we might have to look at large funds and small funds because we've got some that have hardly any money and we've got some that have a lot of money. Do we put a cap that says at 90% or 95%, that's the max that they can carry in salaries and benefits. And then anything above that needs to go over to operational so that we can try and figure out how to sustain them. Because what happens is if you have a budget with 100% of salaries, they really can't do what they're supposed to do on their program side. So we've got to do some thinking on that. What will that look like? The federal grants cuts with the new legislation. What is that going to look like? We don't know yet. So we're kind of just in the, let's wait and see. We don't know. I also, as we're moving through some of these, there's some questions about, these are the things that we've done in the past. If they can't be picked up by another grant, will these come back into our budget? So those are the things that's happening in 6. We don't know yet. So we're just writing them down so that we don't forget them. 7 is the instructional materials. I wasn't sure if it was budgeted and spent, but then talking to Renetta, whatever little is in there, we're still going to use it for next year's adoption. 24,194, that grant expires, but then we can reapply. If we get it, we don't have this issue, but if we don't, we have 2 teachers in there right now at the cost of $224,000. And so with the tier raises, that'll increase, whatever. That's another thing that needs to be picked up by the operational budget. 24,106, we're waiting on the carryover notice because we're trying to see truly what is that fund? Are they self-sustainable? When we looked at it just recently, it looks like we're pretty much spent completely at 100%, but I'll know more a little bit as soon as we get that number. This came from Livio, and I wrote it down because I'll let him talk about it later if we have time. He just asked, could we fund student certificate programs, like having students doing monthly inspections, et cetera, if it was allowable. We'd have to look at the legalities of it. We'd have to look at a lot of different things, but just put it on there as a list of, hey, is it a possibility? Vacancies costs, what is the amount? What I don't know is, and we'll have to go back and look at that, is if the vacancies were built in to these encumbrances, then these encumbrances are potentially overstated because they're already included. I don't know that yet, so I gotta go back and look at that. If they're not, then I gotta estimate what those vacancies are and what their cost would be. And then that's where staffing comes in with Dr. Layton and his team is, do we really need all those positions or not? We start looking at those types of things. So those are things I don't want to get lost. The COPS grant and the ESSERS, those were grants that came during COVID and they've gone away. Now with that gone, we've absorbed those costs into operational. And so what does that look like? So monies are going away, but you're increasing on the operational side. What is that going to look like? Number 13 is the gifted revenue. They're looking at separating that now. In the past, it all just got grouped into special ed. But they're really looking at with the changes in the formula and making sure with Yazzie Martinez that all kids are being given their fair share and doing whatever. They're looking at breaking that out and they're looking at what do schools have in terms of their gifted programs? Are they meeting those needs? Do they have the right, so for in this case, we're probably looking at a potential coordinator teacher is the request. And then the testing materials, teaching supplies, and program curriculum, etc. So that's another thing that's starting to move in. And then Medicaid, we don't know because it's a federal grant and how that's going to affect, I don't know. But can we sustain it with these new salary increases and tiers? And I just wrote it down just as something we need to review. But anything else that anybody has, or as we come across it, this list will either, some things will get taken off and some things will be added. So I'll just keep this as a running list through the whole budget process. Okay, now, I know it's a lot of information, I apologize. This next one is the National School Lunch Program. Christina's going to do a presentation on, so this is just informational, so I'm just going to skip this one completely. But we're going to look at the 21,000 expenditure summary, the little blue sheet. So what I did was, I'm starting with expenditures. I went ahead and under the row labels, I took all the expenditures and I classified them as 51s, 52s through 57s. And the reason for that is 51s and 52s are salaries and benefits. Everything else are expenditures, whether it's food, purchasing, trays, whatever it is that's needed to operate the school programs. So 53s to 57 are those types of things. So when we looked at her budget the other day, this kind of caught me off guard, and we're preparing. We don't know yet for sure if these adopted transactions are 100% going to be for sure and come to realization. Right at this moment, that what's encumbered is 668,000 for salaries and 420,000 for benefits. A little over $1 million, 1.1 something, 1.2 almost in salaries and benefits. Then in food costs, which is usually your 56, that's approximately where we're at right now for a grand total of 1.74 million. That could change because a lot of times we open POs and we've got to go back and do the work. We open the POs to continue process for buying and purchasing until we get through the end of the year. But if we were the end of the year right now, and these were true, it takes 1.7 million to run our cafeteria. Okay, now let's look at the next page. The estimated revenue. So again, I'm just making estimates as of right now. We have to go back and really look at the food purchases Because when we look at this, this is the revenues where we stand right now. At the date of this snapshot, which was about 2 weeks ago, a week ago, we had received the sum of the credits, 649,535 in revenue. 195,000 of that was prior year revenue. And then we had billed for 171,000, but we hadn't received it yet. So when I do the pluses and minuses of all that, we actually come up to 624,829. The top two numbers are purchase lunches, either by teachers, staff, that kind of stuff. When I take an average of where we are at this point in time, based on from the beginning of the year to now, the average is, it comes up to 357,000, and we have February, March, April, and May. And when I divide it by that amount, to get an average revenue to try and make the best estimate, I'm guessing we're gonna get about 89,000, almost 90,000 per each of those months. Some may be higher, some may be lower. We'll do a recalculation at that point. And so our estimated revenue is the 357. The estimated revenue grand total at this point in time is only $1.6 million. But when we compare it to the expenditures that we have, at this moment, we're almost 737,000 in the red at this point. And then we have to add that on top to that other. So now we've got to do a lot of work to try and get us back to operating efficiently. And so, that's where we now have to do a lot of homework. We're going to be looking at what is the cause of this? Is that students are not eating, and why are they not eating? I would just making a guess, and in conversations that we've all had. I know from past working with schools and block schedules, if you don't have an A and B lunch schedule, you don't have enough time to process that many kids to get them through. So are we hurting ourselves because we don't have the right schedule so that we can get the kids fed? Do we have an open campus policy so kids are going off and not eating? Do we have other things that are competing with our food service program? So we have to really start looking at all of those things. Looking at how are we in comparison to other schools that are self-sufficient? Are our salaries way higher? Are we, what's the cost of our food? You know, are we preparing meals that are way more costly, not efficient? So now we have to come back and do a lot of work to make this a sustainable program. So really looking at what does that take? So turning this as if it was a business, how do we turn it around so it's not in the red? We're actually making it. So with that, I'm going to stop and let Christina do her presentation, and then we'll come back and do another analysis with transportation. Yes.
President Flores, if I may, before we give you your presentation, I think this may be the time for some questions from the board.
Oh,
President Flores, if that is okay with you.
Don't have any questions? I just, comment or, question, so with the food services being in the red, this is the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, that I've really seen us in the red as of recently. At one point in time, and I'm not sure if it's ongoing right now, were we trying to generate revenue at our school sites by selling items? We have like, and I'm looking at you, Ms. Wonderful, just with your historical knowledge. Are we currently doing any type of revenue generating activities or attempting to?
So I think our supervisor of student nutrition could answer to that question, but previously we had been with some areas, and I don't think we saw as much success as we were looking for.
good morning. So we have Lotus Vice President Spray, Secretary Tito, Board Member King, and Board Member Concha. My name is Christina Durant, and I am the Student Nutrition Program Supervisor. And that's your president. We did at one point, and then, once COVID hit, and that stopped right there. There just wasn't a lot of staffing and student participation, to be able to keep the food and resource.
Did the staffing change and the salaries change? That could be evident in, excuse me, evident in that deficit?
Yes and no, some staffing changed. We had some staff that moved on, and then we had, a staff member pass away. And then it just, with the small, with the budget and everything, in the previous years, it just never, we put out the, employment, that we we're hiring, but no one ever applied. So it's just kind of, we filled in the positions as we could. That's how it's been, how we've been operating.
But has there been a change though?
No.
Well,
So it's,
can I go ahead and answer?
go ahead.
Yes, so as you see with the legislature, that's part of the issue is, and that's why I want us to go back and start looking at some other schools, is see how theirs are. When I looked at a few schools on my own, just going through and looking at their data, I think our salaries, if I looked at it correctly, I'll have to go back and do it again, but looking at it, it looked like we were a lot higher in pay compared to a lot of people, but we've got a lot of people that have been here for years and years and years. There was a change in legislation of raising all those minimums, remember, to 25,000. What we have to look at is, what did that look like for here? We also, you have union that a lot of times that's asking for additional costs. So when those types of things are happening, this is the outcome and the impact. And so
That's
I can
fine.
say that.
That's why I asked, because usually what happens is any changes in salary and benefits is going to impact the budget big time.
Yeah.
And again, we're reimbursed for the meals, for the food part. But again, we're taking a hit again on the
Yeah.
salaries.
Yes, we have to see what is it that's really driving everything. We need to do a thorough analysis. It could even be our meals. Maybe we're processing, I don't know, something there, but
Okay,
it could be all that.
I also do want to mention that we did used to feed the 3 charter schools around the county, and that stopped. If one leaves, they all follow each other, so that did stop. So we were making some money from there, but I tried bringing them back, and they have other plans. So we did receive money from them as well, but like I said, when one leaves, they all follow.
Folks, I guess, would this be a good time to have the student nutrition do their
Yes,
presentation?
yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
On the slide, if you go up, this is our mission statement and what we value in the student nutrition program. I'll leave it up there for you guys to read. Putting on limited on time. Also, I do want to let you know that the student nutrition program is part of the National School Lunch Program, also known as NSLP. It is federally assisted. It's a federally assisted meal program operating in more than 94,000 public and nonprofit private schools and residential healthcare institutions. It provides nationally balanced, low cost or free lunches to more than 30 million children each school day. It was established under the National School Act and signed by President Harry Truman in 1946. Sorry about that. I'm nervous. Wrong president. So we, as belonging to the NSLP program, other programs that fall under there are the school breakfast program, as well as seamless summer options, which is known as SSO, that's summer feeding, and after school snack program. All these programs, in order to get reimbursed, it's based off of student participation. So every month I do a claim based off of breakfast and lunch eaten during the month at each school and after school snacks, and we get reimbursed for that. So a lot of the problem, like Ms. Gonzalez had said, is our participation. If you look further in the presentation, there is a table showing there's a table showing in there of the average number of breakfast and lunch that we served against the student enrollment. And like Ms. Gonzalez stated, one of our schools is the high school. They have about 732 kids enrolled, and we feed about on a good day, we feed about 300 students. And that's that the school does have an open campus for seniors, but they are only on one lunch during that, during the school year. So it's hard to get, even 500 students through that line because the line is so long. So, sorry. So that's why our counts are really low at that school. But if you do elementary and middle school, because they are served during different time schedules, and they are able to eat, and almost every kid unless they bring lunch from school. Elementary, so that's pre-K to 5th grade, we offer breakfast in the classroom, so every kid is eligible for a breakfast. We are a CEP school, meaning that we offer free meals to all children enrolled in the district. So that's huge. That's huge for us. I'll just want to mention here that going back to the deficit is that the district does not receive reimbursements for daily projected number of meals. It's meals served per student. So when I do that claim, so I really try to make sure that we serve good meals. This year was the first year that I am in this position. I did not do any commodity processing, which takes additional funding from us. So what I did is I will, the state or the federal USDA give us some money that we can spend. They gave us about almost close to $75,000 this for the next school year. And I actually processed through there. So I was able to get, ground beef, chicken, anything like that, type of meat, fruits, vegetables, wheat product, egg product, and I was able to process through there. I was able to let them know that we got burger patties, chicken nuggets. So this is something totally different this year that I'm actually going off of a different school district, a little smaller than ours, but that's what they do because they are self-sustained. So I'm going to try it to move forward. And yes.
Yeah, Mrs. Duran and Mrs. Gonzalez, having a daughter that's in a high school, she's mentioned that there's no time to eat. So if I'm hearing you correctly, there's too little time to eat. There's not enough time to eat. So is it tiered at some schools? I mean, we need to address that. So it sounds like to me, if I'm understanding what you're saying, the kids aren't showing up to eat.
That's right.
Okay, we have the food to give them and they're not showing up. So therefore we're losing money. Okay, I think we can
And that
help
goes
ourselves.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That
No.
goes into,
You're good.
okay, that goes into the block scheduling at the high school.
Trying to offer an A and B lunch. A lot of schools offer an A and B lunch. How we
That's a-
stagger that. So how do we make that work?
That sounds like a
We have to have that.
very good idea. That's, yeah, very good idea, because she's told me more than once, I don't have time to eat. And I know she likes to eat. So, yeah, we need to, if there's free food to eat and the students aren't eating and we're getting dinged for this. Yeah, It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out.
I have another
There's
question.
one of the, Dr. Lee, one of the issues that we do see at the high school is the staffing piece on who can, monitor the lunch period. And so that, because they have been short on staff that can actually, have duty during that time because of union reasons. Ms. Herrera has been looking, or De Herrera has been looking at how to adjust that within her schedule. So she's been working with, our operations and safety to help coordinate that as well. So hopefully next year we can move towards a 2-period lunch.
Go ahead, Board Member King and then Secretary Chu.
Okay.
Yeah, I know we have a lot of retirees in our community and superintendent now, his new tenure. People want to volunteer. They love to see kids. I think, these people are more than qualified in regards to background check. I know when I was in school, we had a reader in our classroom in elementary school. They read stories to us. I mean, I thought that was a given. I know I talked to one of the principals at Enos. Hey, have someone spoken word. These kids can hear proper diction, love a reading. Oh, gosh, I love that. These seniors would love to go in. We don't have to pay someone to monitor kids. They can come here, get engaged to the schools, give back. I mean, I think that's a niche that we can look at, being creative without throwing money at it.
Secretary Chu.
Do the kids like the food that they're eating? You know, again, they're really picky. And-
I
Go ahead.
did put out a survey to the district probably about a month ago, and I actually did get good feedback on that. Of course, the feedback came back more New Mexico meal, red chili, green chili, such as, operated in Frito pies, Navajo tacos, regular tacos, enchiladas. Also, we got a feedback that they like the pizza, the spaghetti, the lasagna. The high school, a lot of the feedback from there was they would prefer a more grab and go option. We do offer 3 entrees at that level, and they do have we do provide grab and go salads that the kids absolutely enjoy. They also would ask for more oriental items on the menu. The one thing that they didn't really care for is hamburgers and like chicken sandwiches. So that is something that I'm gonna take into consideration when I plan next year's menus. They love breakfast. Every breakfast option we have, they loved. And anything chicken on there, minus the chicken patties. But I do have, I did get some great feedback, and I will be working on that towards next year's meal planning, and that also will take into consideration the budget when buying food.
President Lewis, if I may, we will be looking at the different options and sustainability to including volunteers, but we also know that volunteers, we need to have something also consistent on a everyday basis and not just sometimes. But we will be looking at all the different variations and see what best plan as a district we're able to implement. At minimizing cost.
I have a couple comments. Associate Superintendent, when you mentioned union issues that are restricting, is that something that?
When you look at duty schedules and times that staff can be on duty, there are limitations with that. So they have to have a duty-free half-hour lunch. It has to be available to every staff member. So that kind of limits us to who we can have on the duty schedule. And who we can really pull is our EAs or any ancillary staff. However, and I would like to suggest that volunteers actually volunteer to be substitutes in the classrooms, because what we're having to do is pull all of those ancillary staff and our EAs into the classrooms to help substitute for classrooms where teachers are absent. So our biggest pool of substitute teachers is not available to us like it had been previously. So all of that additional staff is being pulled from where they would normally be placed. And high school is one of our areas that we really need to ensure that we have certified staff and staff that have gone through training to be on duty at that time, because of the issues that you do see during the lunch hour, where there's fights or you know, altercations, or you need to monitor a little more closely where people are going within the school site.
Superintendent, so just in hearing your comments that we have to ensure that staff gets a half an hour to eat lunch.
Yes.
Are we ensuring that our students have at least a half an hour to eat lunch?
They have there's a 45-minute lunch time that they do have.
Let's say 500 students,
Yes,
so that doesn't seem like it's adequate enough time as we heard.
it isn't.
And then, you know, looking at these numbers, if this was our own checking account, our own pocketbook, I mean, we would be addressing this in the immediate, we need to stop the bleeding, in all honesty, and in looking at trying to address it next year. I think is only gonna allow this deficit to grow. What are the possibilities or the avenues that we can take to do an immediate adjustment of schedule so that we could have more time to allow students to eat, so that we could at least, rather than see this grow, hopefully allow it to stabilize or reduce. We haven't hit our second semester yet, have we?
Also, the projections that you see there are based on, if you look at the March, April, May, those are full projections. And again, estimations. Now, of course, we'll review different avenues, but short of changing the entire schedule for an entire school system in the middle of a semester, there are some avenues that we're gonna have to look different. And I say short because that changes the entire school schedule, including class schedules, which impacts a whole set of systems currently. But we will put our heads together and see what we can do.
Yeah, I would
Mhm.
suggest that it be looked at in the immediate, you know,
Solution.
yeah. Solutions, it's just, two things are concerning here. One is just hearing that students and hearing from board member King, who has a daughter at the high school, you know, my kids were in school, they'd come home and obviously share their thoughts to me. It's one of the reasons I served on the school board, just to be able to see if I could, you know, lend myself to addressing needs within the school district. Thank you, board member King, for sharing that. It is concerning that our students aren't having enough time to eat, and I think as we move forward into how we're gonna address this immediately, but into the next school year, I'm really looking at scheduling, of course, and there's a lot of variables that go into all of that. I do recall, and this goes back, you know, prior administrations just really trying to keep on top of this, and it takes me back to, I can understand now why we were really looking at getting meals. They were serving meals in the classroom. Are we currently doing that? We're allowing, I know in the elementaries, we were allowing kids to eat in the classroom. We're taking their breakfast. Is that still ongoing, or?
That's still going in elementary. We did have it up in like about a year ago in middle school, and then the principal there had asked the director at the time if that could stop, and it never because and then that never got reestablished. And I'll be honest with you, breakfast, there's 200 and I can't remember the exact numbers of kids enrolled at the middle school level. And every day a good maybe 50 to 60 kids eat breakfast as they walk through, they get dropped off or off the bus, they walk through the cafeteria and grab.
And this is concerning because children cannot go without food. You need brain food.
Correct.
You cannot concentrate if you're hungry. And I'll tell you one thing, my grandson, he gets home at 2:30, he hasn't had breakfast and he hasn't had lunch. And he doesn't want to be late to class, I mean, in the morning. So he's starving. And that's not a good thing. So we need, I think we need to think maybe outside the box, and I think, I can't remember something that was said about maybe having a cart or something out there to where they can just pick up breakfast or pick up a lunch. And they can eat, even if it's on the run, but it's someplace that they can see. And just go towards. And again, to me, that's just an idea, but we might have to think outside the box. This is the 750,000. By the end of the year, it's probably gonna be 1 million. That's a huge deficit. They
So the-
cannot be transferred
Secretary, figure that the 750,000 is based on projections through the end of the year.
through the end of the year. Okay. Then. But that's also an estimate.
We did provide, at the beginning of the year, food cards at different points in the high school just to try to get participation up. However, 1 or 2 kids would grab and, I think it's just more like they didn't want to be late to class, they just want to get, just get to class and not be late. So my staff did the best that they could at high school level, offering a cart of grab and go sandwiches or salads up in the front lobby as well to catch those kids that were leaving, maybe to drive off campus or to leave campus at lunchtime. And not many of them took, but definitely we are looking to come up with better solutions for next year. Also, I did want to mention that in the year 23-24, an infrastructure grant was applied for by the previous director. The school district got approved, and so this year I am currently working right now with Ms. Andrews Devon and another company, Grady's. And we are looking to redo the high school kitchen. It needs a full upgrade. And as a part of that upgrade, we are looking more into a grab and go stations for that school. So we can get kids fed in and out, and all they have to do is just go grab a meal as long as it's a reimbursable meal, and then they're out the door or wherever they want to go. So that is what I am currently working on. I do want to state that there are a few things at the high school that kind of do affect us. It's our Flex Fridays, because a lot of those students are off campus. So on Fridays, we don't feed many students at all. So that's a huge one. And another one is community schools within that school. They receive food during their monthly distribution. And that is affecting our food because that food is meant for like after school or weekends, and they're actually feeding our students during the day. And then culinary arts is another. Which was as well.
President Flores, members of the board, as you can see, there's different variations and variables that come into play. But again, this is one of the reasons why we bring the data to you, so that you can see that where we're at, the good, the bad, and the ugly. At the same token, to know that we are working on plans to address this and how we can.
Just I want to state out there, another thing that hurts us to a summer food program. I know there's a need for it. I did reach out to other districts that are like the size of us. I have some really good networking, and a lot of them had mentioned that they stopped doing summer food and they're really relying on their town or county to take it over. And that's what they've been doing, but summer food actually really does hurt us because there's a need for it, but then when we go and we hire the staff and purchase the food, we don't get participation for it.
Are you able to explain a little bit more with the summer food? Are you feeding kids in the summer?
Yeah, we do. So we have a group of, I open it up to staff, and then staff will work and we provide meals. There's a breakfast and lunch menu. We do grab and go, so that way they don't have, because we're a rural county, they can just grab their meals and go. So we usually feed like House Behavioral Health, ESY here at the schools, summer camps around the county is what we feed. However, this year, there's not many. I don't know. I've already reached out to a few to see if they're gonna do summer programs so we can feed their students in our district. We feed other charter schools that have summer programs, but it looks like this year there's not going to be a lot of participation.
And President Flores, members of the board, this is part of during this past summer, the first couple of months that we were here about addressing summer food. This is just some of the things that we still offer. But having those discussions in the summer about how other entities can also assist the district in providing those summer food programs.
So let me understand this correctly, Mrs. Duran. So if we were giving food out in the summer, we get in regards to income on it, in regards to revenue. Okay, so right now the numbers don't look good. Okay.
And I do want to mention, when I do plan the breakfast and lunch menus, we are only given a certain amount of dollars for each one, and I do come in about $1 under what we're allowed, you know, just try to stay under, but inflation on food, it has gone crazy, you know, it's actually a bit scary.
Should have.
President Fleming, if I may, we are working on our summer programs, bringing in the Boys and Girls Club into Enos and Rontos Elementary, where they want to do a soft start with those two at least. And then community schools having their summer programs, and then Taos Community Foundation also collaborating to have a summer program. What we've been working with Mr. Rand on is employing staff members. That's been one of our challenges in the previous years, also having people who want to come in and work the summer program for the food services. And what we were able to find out through HR is that we'll be able to offer them a higher wage than what they would normally get during their contracted hours. And we'll be working with that through the community schools grant that we do have.
Thank you. So Mr. Rico.
If I could just emphasize that, echoing Secretary True, I think we just really need to get creative on how we can, you know, pose possible solutions to this, because if we don't get creative and don't start addressing it, then we're just gonna find ourselves in a deeper deficit. I myself, I am an advocate for the summer school programs. We have a lot of children that go to school, and I don't, for those ones that are eating, during the summer months, you know, the parents are at work, they're at home alone. I mean, I don't know how they get their meals to that point, but, I think it is important, and also working with our other, governmental entities within the community, such as Taos County and the town of Taos, and see if, you know, they have some, funding that they might be able to pass along to the district, to record to the superintendent, for that. But yeah, just, I think just getting creative. Obviously, when you have a issue or a problem, you know, you got to work through that, and that's, you know, to no fault of anybody. There's been a lot of transition within our school district lately. Sometimes we all see through transitions. You kind of tend to find yourself in situations such as this, and it's, I wouldn't fault anybody, and not here to do that, but it's definitely really concerning. And just the board to do anything through advocacy and politicking to other agencies, I'm more than happy to do that. So. People have anything else to?
I'm done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rand, for your presentation and all your work.
Thank you.
Okay, now, we'll move on to student transportation. And, this one's a long document. I'll go through page by page. I'll just highlight a few things. It's, the public school transportation funding formula, and, probably a couple weeks ago, when I was looking at the fund, I was like, gosh, why can it take such a huge decrease in what we were given last year compared to this year? And we really didn't know. We kind of were like, okay, what is it? So when we met with Samantha, we found out that, okay, a lot of it had to do with the way that we counted students, and she'll go into that in her presentation later. I have a lot to talk about, so you're probably gonna sit down.
So
I
can hang up here.
Yeah, your presentation's not for a while.
Okay.
A lot to go over. Yeah, you'll be out a little bit. So yeah, sorry. So, in that conversation, we said, oh, okay, our students weren't counted. We believe there was, you know, we had some issues with that. Let's see what we can do. So we decided to call Antonio Ortiz, who is the Director of Finance and Operations of Public Education. and ask him, because number one, I was thinking, oh my gosh, with this huge hit, they have emergency supplemental funding that they can offer. Let's see if we are eligible for that, see if we can get some of that money. And so we'll have to come back and do some work on our side and see if we can get him to give us some money. But we have a lot of homework to do on our side. In that conversation with him, he talked about what was happening and that it had to do with the change in the formula. And so we listened to him and we said, okay, well, gosh, that was drastic. It was a big cut. Well, was digging around trying to find something regarding it, and I was lucky to find that I got the actual LFC progress report where they did their basically, it's all their analysis of what happened and what they did with the funding formula. And so this goes into very big detail about what happened. And I'll just start, and on a very, very quick summary on the contents page on the summary. Basically what it does is it gives you this in summary is that a recent change to the transportation funding formula providing more funds to districts that have reported past underfunding. And then transportation formula modifications create a funding volatility. And remember, I told you when we sat on the committee, any little change benefited one group substantially and created a volatility for others. Unfortunately, we are in the volatile page. So, but ours, again, like I said, is a little bit different because we don't know, our numbers weren't static from the year before. We had a big drop, and Samantha will talk about that. And so ours is possibly a combination of those two. I'm hoping that with legislation this year, that they possibly potentially went back and we're going to revert back to the previous funding formula. But as I read through this, it looks like they're probably not going to. So we might take another big hit next year. We changed our calculations for this year. We really tried to pick up our ridership. So hopefully that decrease won't be as significant. So basically what it is they removed a density from the formula. That change created the volatility. And so the densest districts saw increases while some of the more rural districts saw decreases. It also created the transportation emergency fund that grew to up to 9 million to provide gap in funding to districts. However, when you go back and you read in here, they make a comment that PED has that money to fall back on, but they very rarely let anybody have it. And when we had our discussion with Antonio, I just thought, oh, we could ask for the money, and he'd be like, oh yeah, let's do it, because they've done that before in other funds. He pretty much basically said, you guys have a lot of work to do, because when I look at your numbers from years ago, you still have the same number of buses, same number of employees with a lot less students. And so you're not showing me that you're being efficient and that kind of stuff with your budgets. So we have a lot of work to prove that we need those routes, and we need for various reasons. And so we've got a lot of work as well to look at our routes, make sure we're doing the best that we can with our routes, and so that we can go back and hopefully ask for some assistance and give us some emergency supplemental funding. And so the problem with this volatility is, and he actually mentioned it, and it talks about it in here. Rio Rancho was the one that basically was the one that went to them and said, hey, this is hurting us at the tune of about $3 million a year. It's hitting our operational 300 million. For them, that's probably about the same as what it is for us with 400,000. So now it flipped. So now we're one of the ones that it came back. So by them fixing it for Rio Rancho, which they've been in the red and having to supplement for years, it actually created the volatility on our side. And so now we've got to work on it. So with this, the LFC came up and said that based on everything that's going on, The district, oops, I've got my pages out of order. Hold on, let me get back. Uh-oh. I'm missing several pages. Oops. Let me, I might have to skip because I am out of order. I'm missing Agrawal Reed to page 4. Is it skipped to page 4 right away after? It is being, okay, so I guess I'm not missing anything, that's the way it starts, just page 4. So basically, they gave them some key recommendations, which are, that after all of this review on page 5, what they're saying is that, although the formula right-sized some districts, it actually created, issues for others, and so, they recommended that PED come back and establish benchmarks and standards for an efficient and effective transportation system and consider using those benchmarks in future transportation funding determinations. And so they recommended to PED that they adopt and publicly publish efficiency benchmarks for fiscal year 26. They consider how efficiency benchmarks could be incorporated into transportation allocations. They keep the transportation formula methodology stable through FY 26 to reduce the likelihood of funding volatility in transportation funding, which is next year. And then they leverage the unspent transportation emergency fund balances for districts that saw over 10% decreases. That would be us. And so they made that recommendation. So hopefully they will come back and we can maybe get some of that money back. And so, let's see, then to also publish the district allocation calculation spreadsheets yearly on the PED website and understand so that we can understand the funding formula. Because that was one of the things is we didn't understand the formula. We didn't know what applied into it. So in here is the actual formula. So now we'll know how to get to our numbers. So if we go to page 6, I'm just going to read the highlight. Funding for transportation increased 38% since FY 18, but bus ridership has decreased 24%. So same thing with, student nutrition. We're just not getting the same thing. So we've got a lot of problems. One of the things that we may be different about is, and we don't know, is we'd have to do the study is, do we have a lot of students out in rural population? How do we address getting them here? How do we address getting higher ridership? Because a lot of times students don't want to ride the bus for that long, but there's really not much we can do because you add more buses to try and shorten the ride time. You got to find bus drivers, you increase the cost there. So what's the balance? So we look at that. Then on page 7, if you look at the chart, the categorical appropriation for transportation by category, it shows all the costs, what it looks like for maintenance and operations, rental fees, fuel, salary increases, and public school capital outlay. Then we also look at chart 2, which is total miles traveled, still on page 7 from FY 18, and you look at the total miles are decreasing. And so, and then chart 3 is enrollment and ridership. You've got high enrollment, but ridership continues to decrease. So this makes budgeting and right sizing the transportation fund very difficult. And you have to really look at changes needed to sustain. And that's where we're at for right now, if the formula stays like this. In the past, we actually were the district that had excess money. And so we were okay, but with this formula change, we're not. Page 8, a lot of this is due to declining birth rates and out migration exceeding in migration. And we need to understand that in 2035, we're peaking at our, birth rates. The student population then continues to decline. So what are we gonna do as we're getting closer and closer to that? So we need to know that that's where we're at. School buses in New Mexico travel approximately 76 miles per day on average, but it could vary with some traveling over 200 miles a day.
Well,
Bus ridership and mileage has decreased. Driver salaries and diesel fuel costs have increased 39% and 37% respectively between fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 23. So that's part of the problem. Those charts show that specifically. If you look at those charts on page 8, chart 4 shows the highest average daily miles per bus in 2023, with Magdalena and Kamado being up in the over 200 miles, and Elida, Pewaukee being less than. You can see the chart line showing how salaries are increasing. And that's part of an issue. And then you look at the expenditure on diesel fuel. That big drop was during COVID because we weren't going anywhere, but now we're back up and real high on diesel. Page 9. Workforce data shows a 17% annual turnover rate for school bus drivers in New Mexico, indicating the demand for bus drivers. We all know that. It is hard to get bus drivers. It's getting harder and harder. Figure 1 on that map shows that as of November 8th, 2024, of the districts that posted vacancies, at that point, there were 42 vacancies across the state for bus drivers. Page 10. The student transportation funding formula predicts districts' relevant transportation costs using a statistical regression model or analysis. So this formula calculates the individual's district transportation based on a statistical regression analysis, district data multiplied by an adjustment factor. And the intended purpose is for the transportation department to reliably calculate what the future forecast would be for funding based on past expenditures. Chart 7 shows characteristics to transportation allocations for FY24, differences between large schools, small schools, mileage, etc. And so you can see the differences. Large schools, mileage is probably, well, students transportation base, that was the biggest piece, those change. 16 states use funding formulas for student transportation, but New Mexico is one of only 3 that uses a regression analysis. Most districts, most counts are usually dependent on mileage, is the most popular. Page 11, New Mexico's transportation funding formula, according to them, is generally more complicated than other states. The way they factor in that. If you look at that chart on chart 8, 16 states use a formula, 10 use reimbursement, 9 are included in an operational formula, 8 are a per student allocation, and then 7 showed no funding mechanism is unclear. Then on the next 2 pages, it actually shows the funding formulas for large schools, greater than 1,000, and small schools less than 1,000. And the only difference it looks like, I have to really do a more careful consideration, is that for the large schools, they do not get a bus rate, and for the small schools, they do not get the special education rate. And so, but with this, we can now try and predict what we will look like now that we have the actual formula, whereas in the past, we didn't have that. Page 14. In the past, district spending was generally close to the transportation allocation. With their model and what they did, about 70% of all districts were able to meet at least 90% of their costs. And so that's actually pretty good. And so the formula consistently funds most school districts within 90% of their transportation expenditures. So right now, we'd have to look at where the percentage is for ours. And again, that regression analysis, I believe, is a good model. However, by changing that density factor, it messed it up. And so regression, just for purposes of what is regression analysis, it's a statistical model or method that shows how variables relate to each other. And then it can help you understand which variables are important, how they affect each other, and are they independent? Are they dependent on something? And then it helps you to find the line that makes the best fit and relationship for everything. On page 15, they talk about the percent of transportation expenditures covered by distribution. And you can see there's all that. Chart 10 is per rider spending. It can vary anywhere from less than 500 all the way up to greater than 7,000. And it just depends on who you are, what school, whether you're rural, whatever. Same thing with per mile spending. It can be anywhere as nothing all the way up to $16 per mile. The thing with the formula is that it assumes that districts spend these dollars on optimized student transportation systems, but districts vary on cost efficiency measures such as cost per rider and cost per mile. So that's where we've got to do our homework and decide where we're at. I'm thinking we can skip to page 16. District spending more than they receive from the transportation formula use the state equalization guarantee funds to make up the difference. So that's what we're talking about, is having to pick up those costs. And it talks about Rio Rancho alone spent over $3 million in operational funds on student transportation, in addition to their $3 million transportation allocation. So about half of, for the past years, they were taking about half of their allocation and picking it up in operational. Of the 15.5 million in FY23, 56% came from only 5 school districts. That was Rio Rancho, Las Cruces, Gadsden, Los Lunas, and Alamogordo. Rio Rancho spent $3 million in operational funds and in student transportation, and the others had to subsidize about $1 million with their operational funds. In let's see, in FY23, some notable small districts which had to utilize expenditures from SPG were there was 51% and 45%. So and of those small schools, it was about 20% of their total transportation were picked up in operational costs. On page 17, school districts spending the most operational dollars on transportation grew their transportation spending by more than the statewide average. And that was fully those 5 big districts that we were talking about. 3 school districts received funding at less than 80% of transportation expenditures for 4 of the last 6 years. Rio Rancho, Las Cruces, and Los Alamos. And then out of this study on page 18, the recommendations that came was that the public education department should adopt and publicly publish efficiency benchmarks for FY26 to determine whether gaps between transportation funding and spending are due to funding deficiencies or operational inefficiencies, and consider how these efficiency benchmarks can be incorporated into transportation allocations for FY27. Now, to me, the most important piece is page 19, where it talks about the formula creating the funding volatility. And before FY25, density was a site characteristic. And the density factor reduced the district's final allocation proportional to the number of bus riders per total area. Therefore, the densest school districts saw the greatest reductions. However, the inclusion of this variable assumed dense school districts such as Rio Rancho and Albuquerque to travel fewer miles to transport a greater number of students, reducing the overall cost of student transportation. In FY 25, at the behest of the legislature, PED replaced density with a site characteristic that considered a school district's degree of geographic rurality. After PED removed density, the densest districts saw a funding increase, while some rural districts saw a funding decrease. And that becomes us. And so we really need to look at ridership and our numbers and see where we are for that. To get to the basics and to get to the bottom line of this, if you look at page 21 and you look at the chart, this right here tells us pretty much where we stand. So when I saw this, going through this, these are the districts with over 10% decreases. And if you look at Roswell, we're right next to Roswell, we're at Taos. We are the two districts that looks like we took the biggest hit over the 10% in decreases in percentage change. So that shows a big of where we're at. I plan to reach out to Roswell and ask them, what are they doing? Are they able to sustain it? Do they just pick it up in their operational budget? What are they looking at to do? And then we're waiting also for to see what the legislature does with all of this. Do they keep it the same for this next year? And then they start looking at it for the following year. And then that's where we need to really think outside of the box again, just like student nutrition. What are we going to do if the funding formula stays the same? How do we continue to sustain?
I have a question. It's, I think I'm on to, let me see. It's, you said something about it, we're having to look at the SEG monies, and you mentioned just a temporary. It doesn't look like it's gonna be a temporary, we can't, because it's gonna be recurring.
It could be, we don't know yet, because they are, when I talked to Antonio, they're trying to look at, do they put back that density factor? That's
okay.
what they're
So
trying to
that is the
Yeah.
caveat.
We don't know yet. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't know.
let's hope for the best.
Yeah, let's hope, yeah. That it goes back to us, but then the other schools are gonna be,
But
hey,
if
we're back to our
not,
3 million.
again,
But if not, what do we do? Yes.
that's gonna be one of those that you put in your list. I
Yeah.
hope you have it there.
It's on the top, 1 and 2.
It's on the top,
The
okay.
little 1 and 2s. So to end this, because I know we've got still a lot to go through, on page 30 and 31. If you look at page 30 and 31, you'll look and see where Rio Rancho went from 4.8 million to 7 million, so it helped them. And then if you look at Roswell, they went from 4.5 million to 2.8 million this year. So they took a big cut like we did. We're on page 31 and we went from 1.04 million to 655,000. So we're pretty much in the same boat as Roswell. And we took the biggest cuts. So with that, I'll go ahead and end and let Samantha do her presentation and you guys can do questions.
Good morning, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. Hello, everybody. Well, I think that, Ms. Gonzalez covered most of my presentation in her presentation here, but I'll just kind of follow through with what she's, some of the stuff she's mentioned. So here we have our mission statement, just, want you to see what we're promising our students, you know, safe transportation to and from school, hiring the most eligible staff members. Then I also included in the presentation, some statutes from the transportation department. It kind of goes through how funding Calculated kind of gives you a brief overview of how we work. It is, the transportation is not an entitlement program. We're one of the few programs that is not an entitlement program, meaning that we do not have to provide transportation. It is also a categorical program, meaning that any funding we get is strictly for to and from transportation. So if transportation were to go away, there would be no funding to be able to be applied to any other place. So just wanna, touch base on that. As Ms. Gonzalez stated, on this page, last year, there was a bill passed, part of House Bill 2, where they took out that density factor. And to kind of like summarize what a density factor is, it's kind of like a hold harmless. So, I guess kind of, put it in layman's terms, they would take the larger districts and help subsidize with smaller districts that, maybe didn't meet ridership, or we fell short, or, for whatever reason that we needed it. So that was the piece that was taken out. So, without that, the larger districts saw the increase, the smaller districts saw the hit. In speaking with several other districts across the state, it's pretty much spread across. A lot of other districts comparable to our side are feeling the same effects that we did. Then we go on to, I just kind of like, reiterating, like she said, we don't know what we're looking at. Right now, we're waiting for legislative session to finish to see if they're gonna restore that density factor back into our funding formula. If they do, I think it's gonna help us in the future. If not, I don't know what we're facing. I did send out a survey to the staff, to parents. I sent it out district-wide, asking for comments and what they would like to see, what we could possibly do to help improve our transportation services. And here are some of the comments that they had. The biggest gripes were shortages of bus drivers. The fact that we have to consolidate our routes due to the bus driver shortages, meaning that their students are getting picked up earlier, getting dropped off later, they're on the bus a lot longer. Some parents say it's more convenient due to our drop-off times, the time that school starts. They're on their way to work, it's easier just to drop off their child since they're on their way to work. And due to the route consolidation, we are not able to reach some of the pockets that we used to reach before because they're consolidated and just added on. So those are some of the that's the feedback that we received from parents. Other possible contributing factors are a decrease in student enrollment. Every year enrollment decreases, therefore less students are riding our buses. There's been an increase in available after-school programs and extracurricular activities, so students are staying after school, not riding the buses. And there was a huge drop in bus ridership following COVID. So on this next page, I actually went back 10 years to get data from our 80th day reporting over the past 10 years. This first set of slides is student enrollment. And what I've seen from the year 2015 to now 2025, we've decreased about 1,000 in student enrollment. On this other side is our bus ridership. So as you can see, when our enrollment was more steady, our bus ridership was a little bit more steady. And then we did have a year where we dropped a little bit. And then the year of COVID, we did not provide transportation service. That's the year that our bus drivers provided food to the students. They did like a food wrap and they delivered food to students. And then after that, we start seeing a bigger decrease in our numbers. So I think last year was our lowest reporting period. And then this year on 80th day, we did increase it slightly. So we did see a little bit more on our 80th day reporting, but on 120th, we are a little bit lower again. But we did see an outbreak of the flu and the norovirus in school. And I do know that a lot of our drivers did express that some of their students weren't coming to school because of the ice situation. So a lot of students were not riding the buses out of fear. So those were some of the things that the feedback we've gotten from our drivers who have spoken with their students that ride the bus. And then this is kind of just backwards. So most departments get a budget at the beginning of the year and that's their budget. They know that that's gonna be their budget, that's what they can spend. But transportation, we receive a tentative budget. And that's based on ridership. So if we don't meet our ridership, that funding can be taken from us. So it's kind of hard to balance a budget when you don't know what your true budget's gonna be. You're kind of like, you know, you just try your best to stay within the means. So these are the ideas that I've come up with, my staff and I, because I do rely on our driver input because they are the ones out there in the trenches. They're the ones that can tell us what's gonna work, what's not. So these are some of the ideas we've come up with. We would like to, and I know right now in a deficit, it's hard to say this, but if budget were to allow, hire more drivers to fulfill those routes, so that would shorten the amount of time that students are on the bus, and maybe possibly more students could get on the bus, you know, knowing that they're not gonna be on as much. We're looking at, well, this was a suggestion from, our director of operations. One of the things he thought might be useful is possibly redistricting our, routes, possibly the students that live like on Straight Arrow Road, those colonias, if we could transport them to Arroyo Still Norte, maybe parents would want us either, you know, some elementary parents would want their kids in a smaller school, we could offer bus service for them. That's one idea that we're looking at. We're looking at possibly cutting some of our routes and offering per capita feeders to parents, where we would pay the parents a mileage fee to transport their students in. But of course, parents would have to have reliable transportation. They'd have to be able to provide proof of registrations, insurance, that sort of stuff. The only thing with that is if we do have parents who do not have a reliable form of transportation, how do we get those students to school? Do we lose enrollment? You know, those are some of the things that we have to look at there. Possibly not refilling those vacant positions, but then we would be running the same way we are now. Which isn't working too good for us right now. So, then we have, another option would be, you know, put our routes out to bid for private contractors, just contract all our routes. The thing with that is we have put out our routes to RFP. You know, so it's listing bids, we haven't had any takers, which is why we've had some of ours come on school owned. And to be honest, the ages of some of our contractors, they could have retired many years ago. They're just, you know, as you know, when Northern New Mexico, family businesses, they've kept the businesses going, you know, their parents were contractors, it's just kind of gone on, but it's becoming a dying breed as is. So I don't see that being a successful option. One of the things we are going to be doing is we're going to have a meeting, towards the end of the school year to discuss rerouting for efficiency, to see if there's anything we can do to kind of maybe change up the routes more, see if different drivers can try different areas, to see what we can do to make it a little bit more efficient for that. We couldn't do that at this point of the year because it's too difficult for parents who already have their schedules established and such. So that's something that we are planning on doing soon, within the next, after spring break, we were thinking. And then this is kind of just like an explanation of transportation. If our transportation budget does not work like any other budget in the school districts, most departments are given the budget. I kind of already went over that. And then, like I say, we have to wait for the legislative session to kind of know what we're looking at to see if that density factor is going to be restored. So I guess in conclusion, we are aware that there is a deficit. We are looking at ways that we can possibly see what we can do to increase ridership. This year we did do some different things. We offered incentives on the 80th day, which was the iPad giveaway. So students who rode the bus on the 80th day had the opportunity to have their name drawn, and they could win an iPad. We did one per bus. For the 120th day, we did more of a thank you to our bus riders, showing them we appreciated them. We distributed a chocolate covered rose because it was close to Valentine's Day to, you know, each student said thank you on it. We got good feedback on that. But it just really isn't there on how the budget works, because we do see a high number of student riders the first 2 weeks of school. Everybody puts their child on the bus the first 2 weeks of school. So we'll have, let's say, 800 riders, during those first 2 weeks. But then slowly as sports come on, things change, everything starts, the year progresses, those numbers drop, and our numbers that are reported only go off the average of 2 days, the 80th and 120th day. So if it's like a flu outbreak, that affects us. We're gonna have a decrease in the less students, and it's not fair that we cannot use the numbers from the days where it's higher, like the start of school year, where there's less illnesses going around, less extracurricular activities, there's more student ridership. So, I do feel it is an unfair, funding formula, but it is what it is. That's what we have to kind of look at.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Does the board,
Any questions?
Board Member King?
Yeah, out of curiosity, Samantha, what's the salary for a bus driver? Ballpark?
It varies. It's not very well, and like not very high, but it is high, but it's not high. Let me explain what I mean by that. So our drivers work only the number of days that students are in session. So it's 175 days that they work. They have a split shift and they work a 6-hour day. So it's 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon. So when you do calculate it in terms of the amount of time they work, it is like a higher rate. But to live off of, I should say, like, it doesn't, a lot of them, our drivers, typically have other jobs, let me put it that way. So it's like, I would say our lowest paid, contract right now is probably maybe $24,000 a year.
I'm just thinking in regards to the Ski Valley, and I know this work visa thing, but these kids are kind of young, but they're motivated.
Right.
Is it being creative in regards to a J1 visa? These kids are, normally they're from good families.
Right.
A US dollar carries a lot. They have a lot of Jamaicans here working at the Ski Valley. I mean, just being creative, like, hey, you can come here. Our school year is a little longer than in regards to the ski season, but I know housing's an issue and
Definitely, and we do pay for trainings. The only thing we do not cover is the cost of the DOT physical. But the minimum criteria is you need to be able to pass the drug test, must be 21 years of age. It is required to get a CDL, but we pay for all the trainings and we put it out there, we just don't get takers. And I believe part of it is the responsibility of driving students. It is difficult for a driver to, drive, focus on the road with all the drivers in house and focus on the children in the back and what they're doing. So that's a big deterrent of people wanting to drive students.
President Flores, members of the main, just want to commend the transportation department, because one of the things that they've done is they've actually ridden the buses. They've gotten all the supervisors from the different departments to ride the buses, find out best ways to make it more efficient, and find out from the students themselves and the riders exactly what's needed to make this a better program. So I can say I want to commend the department for making sure let's get down to the route itself and find out what the issue is.
Yes, and it is important to understand why we do things the way we do, because it is very easy for me to sit at my desk and say, oh, no, that's not gonna work. But like I say, I do rely on my staff, to give me the logistics, because what I may think may work from my standpoint may not actually work when you're out there. So it is important, and I do feel educating my staff and anybody else that I can possibly. And if any of you would ever want to ride a bus, you're welcome to come on.
They go down to where the work is
Yes.
happening to
Yeah.
find out what the solution could be.
I just have a quick comment. President Flores.
Yes.
I stand and as my grandson gets on the bus, and I just commend the bus drivers. And if all of them are like Mr. Davidson, he is just so gracious, but so professional in the way he conducts the children, and the expectation that they have to keep the children safe even before they enter the bus. So, and so I'm just amazed, and thank you for all, because these are just exceptional people that we entrust our children to.
Thank you. I will pass that comment along to them definitely. They love hearing the positive, feedback.
Vice President.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez and Ms. Martinez for this presentation. It's fascinating. I just had a basic question. I think what I heard at the beginning of this was that it looks like we still have the same number of buses we've had for a long time, but we have a much declined enrollment. I'm assuming that means that we haven't reduced our fleet of buses. Why? Could you tell me why we haven't done that?
Due to the area that we cover, we're such a rural area, we have students in pockets, we go up to, we go from South Cristobal, we go all the way up to Taos Canyon, we do, up to San Esteban Road towards the airport, all the way up to, like the golf course area. So we cover such a vast area, it's hard to decrease the number of buses because then those buses that are over here can't service over there. It's kind of like,
But I also think I heard we're having trouble getting enough drivers.
we do, so
So, and I know kids, apparently there's an issue with people not wanting to be on the bus too long. But we might need to relook at the routes and kids just might have to be on the bus longer because they live in a rural area. That just might be a reality of life.
yes, and that is one of the things that we're gonna do when we sit with the drivers, to talk about, our routes to check more efficiency, to see how we can do this. And I do understand there may be an instance where we may not be able to get to some of those students in that area, but that's what we're looking at.
Or maybe, maybe we can, but like I said, some kids might just have to have a longer bus ride and that's just what
And
what it means to live here.
right, and it is difficult because we do run the split route, so we run the secondary route, which is our middle school and high school route, and then we run the elementary route. So those, by consolidating, those drivers that are running the secondary route are sometimes even getting late to the delivering those students to get to the elementary to pick up those students. So it's actually like a trickling effect. So we do have staff members, teachers that are having to wait with those students until close to 4 o'clock. For those students that just missed at 3:30 to get picked up for the bus.
Right. I'm sure it's difficult, but we're open to any creative
Yes,
solutions.
yes. We'll work
Thank
on
you
it.
for working on it.
Yes.
I have just a couple questions, I guess, how much are we subsidizing, or having to pay out of our general fund to make up for the funding that we're lacking from the state,
Right now, we're projecting about 400,000.
400,000? And then, yeah, understanding the need for bus drivers is something we've been challenged with for some time. Guess we just keep posting and try to get creative. I'm not sure how what's the possibility of maybe increasing the pay of a couple of dollars, $1 or $2?
And a lot will depend on, again, coming back to what passes through the funding.
Okay.
So, but we are looking at all the different avenues and ways that try to make combinations of, and try to make it more efficient and more, suitable to getting the highest.
And then another question, can we serve breakfast on the buses?
Definitely, if that were,
That's a really good idea.
definitely.
That is a good
And that was
idea.
actually one of the ideas that Mr. Ann and I had come up with as an incentive for the 80th day, maybe having the drivers, like as their thank you, hand a breakfast burrito to the students as they got on the bus, but I didn't want to affect her budget anymore because I didn't have it in mind, so it was kind of something that we really couldn't do, but we thought of it.
Well, would that be a way to help us get out of our nutrition deficit by
That's a great idea.
providing meals to students on the bus that don't have the time, once they arrive to school, to get breakfast?
Especially the ones for the
Longer ride.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or even
that's definitely something we
Maybe
do.
our after
Like a
school.
breakfast burrito or something that's
Or even after school.
either falls within that reimbursable. I have some hands in the back, yes.
Well, just my comment is that a lot of bus drivers don't allow the kids to be on the bus.
Oh, true.
They're gonna have to.
Interesting.
Well, ask them.
Well, if people try, yeah, just an idea. Yeah, I understand 2 kids could be messy, they spill food, leave trash.
Right.
But maybe there's ways you could work around that. And it just teaches,
Maybe possibly feed them when they're getting off the bus or something like that.
Yeah, but then the other thing is too, I think we all as citizens need to learn to, be conscientious of being clean and disposing of our waste and so forth. So that's all I had. Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for your note.
Is there an age requirement in order to drive?
21.
Okay, because I was, and maybe, you know, our students who are finishing high school is a future job career opportunity.
Yes, that's one of the suggestions, that we were, that our Director of Operations, Mr. Hideta, had mentioned, maybe possibly posing with job fairs within the departments to like students so that they can kind of learn, maybe give them ideas for when they graduate. So that's another idea that we're looking at as well.
Question?
Former MVD employee, it's actually 18 in the state of New Mexico to have an intra-state CDL. That just means they can drive within New Mexico only.
The state regulations from the New Mexico Public Education Department, will approve them to drive is the 21 years old. Yeah, so that's a state, that's, because New Mexico Public
The
Education.
state is
Department
18,
approves.
but the.
Right. The public education.
The public education
department
is 21.
And one last, yeah, we really need to be creative, just looking at, in regards to Rio Rancho, we all know Intel, they have a lot more corporate source of funding. And we're a rural state, go and talk to these guys. Hey, can you help us out with these shortcomings? You know, we don't have corporate America in Taos County. We have the Ski Valley, but you know, their own little entity. It's interesting. Roswell, you guys know there used to be an Air Force base there. It's a lot more sources in Roswell to get funding than Taos. But it's interesting to see.
Well, we're at the point where one of the options that we're doing as mechanic and myself are gonna start the training to get our CDL so we can drive the buses. So that's one of the other options that we're, you know, looking at to keep it in-house, since we have substitute drivers and to help out our situation.
Appreciate it, Ms. Martinez. Thank you.
To our analyst. I'm gonna refer, you know, the state is just, they make comments about the monies that they have. And I believe that, and I think that initially I saw that public education is one of them, other criteria. I think they need to increase that budget to invest in our children. It needs to be really voiced to them, and I'm sure you all do, but we're in dire straits at this time. And they need to really realize that and just really help us, help. That red does not sit very well with us at all.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. So I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
make a motion for a 5-minute break. But just prior to that, I'd like to advise the board that we're running just a little bit over on time. So for the next presentations, we could be mindful of that. We still got 2 presentations for our facilities and federal programs, and then we have people in the audience, your presentation, so we could just try to be a little efficient with that. So 5-minute break, motion. Second, can I have a second? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
5-minute break, and let's be mindful.
It's the same type of fund for construction, renovation, improvement. Here, this one's doesn't have this quite a big a balance. We have $245,000 balance. We've expended $15,000, so we still have $230,000 remaining. This does not expire either, so even though you don't see any encumbrances there, if we don't use this money, which we may or we may not, depending on how it falls into our budget, we don't lose it. Okay, so our next one is our 31-100. These are our bonds, our GRP funds. Uses are the same, pretty much. Basically, we can do construction, renovation, improvements. This one, we are using currently, we're still using our 2022 bond money because our 2023 issuance has not been approved yet. That has to go through a process before we're given approval. So it's there. It's not encumbered, but we won't lose it there. The 2022, we do have plans to use that before it does expire. So
Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
yes,
That 2022 issuance,
yes.
how long does it last? Is it a 5-year, a 3 or 5 year? Before it gets expended?
I believe it's up 3 years or last year, the Banco Oklahoma, which is the fiduciary agent, told us that they request an extension for that. So this is still on that.
It's still available. So how much longer did they give us?
I believe it's over a year that we have that.
So we have to expend this money within that year.
Yeah.
And do you have a plan to expend that?
We do. We have, so I actually have a list of projects that we're currently
Okay.
in the process of evaluating and getting onto our, getting into our purchasing system. So you guys probably in your upcoming meetings you'll be seeing some of these projects. They're larger dollar projects, so they'll be coming before you guys as well. The next page, 31-200, these are our ESC funds. They are 2 appropriations. These are, we have 216,000 in there for systems, HVAC and boiler facilities. We haven't expended any of that yet. We do have plans to do some upgrades. Our biggest need right now for boilers is at the high school. We have to upgrade our control system. Currently, where we're at there, if we have a power outage or a power glitch, it shuts everything down on us. And we have to go manually reset all our boilers because the controls are so outdated. They just shut off. They don't reset by themselves. So that's a big one for us. We're going to try to get that upgraded this year, hopefully. We also have $116,000 for fencing and repairs. We've expended $103,000 of that. We have another encumbrance of $13,220. So we really don't have anything remaining in that fund right now. Okay, that also does not expire, and some of the projects that are associated with this fund, we may move over to our 31-400, which is on the next page, because that one does expire, and we would rather use those funds prior to them. So our next page, this one is 31-400. This is our capital projects. This is probably one of our most complex funds. Our capital outlay. These funds do have expiration dates on them, and the dates are listed. If you look at it, we've got appropriation 2279 that we have, $181,000. Or it's 250,000, we've expended 181,000, we've encumbered another 19,000. So we've got about $49,000 remaining there. That one we're currently working with IT to use for cameras and other security stuff at the baseball fields at the high school. So that one will be completely expended. 2290 buildings and grounds equipment. We have 25,000, we have 200,000, we've expended 25,400. We have a small encumbrance of $1,600. So we have about 174,000 remaining in that one. That one expires next year. Our plans for that one, we are going to be upgrading irrigation and at some of our fields. So we've got the baseball field at the high school. We've got Park Field right out here, which is gonna be a big one for us. Currently it has no irrigation. We're irrigating that with hoses and sprinklers that we drag around. So we're gonna try to get that field and the trees out here in front of the building, get that irrigation back up to date. The next one is 2331 buildings and grounds. We have 350,000. That one expires in 2028. We haven't expended any of that. However, that fund there, we plan on doing a lot of our asphalt maintenance out of. So parking lots, there's a push at the high school to do some layout changes on their parking lot for access to the portables out there. That's going to require, you know, a whole different layouts of restriping. So we're going to probably use this fund for that type of work. Appropriation 2332 security system improvements. This is a small one, $50,000. This one expires in 2028 as well. This one we're going to we plan on starting our district rekey with this fund. A partial rekey will probably start with this building that we're in right now. But just to see how the process is going to work for us, we don't want to take on the entire district. We're going to do one building, see what kind of problems you may run into, what type of issues, because rekeying is a pretty complex process. So we don't want to jump in before we know what we might include. And our last appropriation is our 4.5 million for the auxiliary gym. You guys are all aware of what's going on with that. That's been completely expended. The contract is out, and you know, we're just hopefully we'll have down the contractor on site here within another month. That's the end of my presentation. You guys have any questions?
You said that you have, you're gonna be paying out the requests. Or you're gonna be paying out requests. They don't get paid until the projects are done, correct?
Well, as the work progresses,
Okay.
they issue, you know, they will get paid for
Okay.
the work as it progresses. Yeah,
As
they will.
As they complete
put in a
the
period
different
plan.
phases that they're,
If the work has been
Set.
completed to that point, yes, we will pay them partially, yes.
okay. Okay,
Mr. Bolivar, I have a question for you and, oral comments to brought to my attention, previously that our girls softball fields do not have, restroom facilities. And we, provide portable toilets for that. You know, understanding the young ladies and the amount of people that go to watch them, is there any intentions or has it been looked at to look at installing some restroom facilities at the softball?
So this would not only be the softball field, the baseball field doesn't have anything there. We have nothing out there. So this is something we could look at. Yeah, we definitely have to look at that. I know we have water out there. I don't know what we have as far as, you know, the septic.
The sewer will run there by the, what is the Nest building,
Yeah.
town sewer runs there, so it would be a.
This would be something we'd have to bring somebody in and, you know, get it.
That's a good
designed,
idea.
some type of, you know, survey done to see where all the utilities are and
Could
We
we,
could get a quote for that.
yeah, could we like look at that as for a future project? I know the boys field is closer to the football facilities, so it may be, well, we'd have to probably construct something that is in relatively close proximity to the girls and the boys to make the both. We'd have boys and girls facilities or
I
how?
think because of the distance, so currently what we do is we get porta potties, which will probably be delivered this next week because the season's already started. We put porta potties at each field, so I think the best plan there would be to give them each their own.
Okay.
Rather than, because the distance is still pretty far and there's a lot of things.
Yeah, I think it would be a good project, to look
Yeah.
forward down the road as more SB9 funding comes in.
Right.
Just, thinking of the young ladies, and of course, the boys, but, I think it's just, it's necessary.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Any questions, comments for Mr. Mondragon?
Yeah, Mr. Montague, on the auxiliary gym, how long is, our time for construction?
We haven't received the schedule yet,
Okay.
so I couldn't tell you that, I'd be guessing, we're hoping it's, 1 year. But
They guaranteed us 1 year.
yeah,
Good.
but they still haven't submitted their schedule, which is what we're waiting on right now. That'll give us detailed, progress as to where they're gonna give a certain time. All their milestones, they gotta have that on that schedule, so.
Great,
As soon as we get that, yeah, we'll absolutely share that with you guys.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Alethea, I just want to thank you. You're a pleasure to work with. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I also want to echo, Vice President Spray, you really turned around our facilities department and really put a big focus on our facilities and I think under your leadership, a lot of things have improved and they look to continue to improve. So we're very lucky to have you in your position and just want to thank you also on behalf of the board and the community as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so moving right along, our next presentation is Associate Superintendent, Leda Mondragon, and Director of Federal Programs, Mosa Eager, of Federal Programs and Grants.
As members of the board, I'm going to be overviewing our federal grants that I oversee for my programming under the instructional category. You can see the federal part 2, but that's specific to Director Eager. I'll also be going over the community schools grant. I know I did a kind of in-depth at one of our past board meetings, but I'll do a little recap of that as well. So our first grant, that is the federal funded, is one of our entitlement grants, is Title II. This grant supports professional development for our administrators and teachers in the district. And it helps to pay for some of their schooling, all of our professional development, looking at substitute pay, all of those components. We are awarded $173,276. This includes carryover from last year. One of the reasons why we do have such a large amount of carryover is because we had ESSER funds that we needed to expend. And so we were spending that amount of money for professional development out of ESSER, and this one took a hit. It was kind of the, which one are we going to spend from piece of this. So we did have a large carryover. We've expended so far 32,000, which leaves us with 77% remaining. However, what we did do last week was meet with our finance department and all of my departments to relook at, are there any programs that we can pull out professional development that were being paid for out of their other programming so we can reallocate it into the Title II, so we're spending down that fund. We were able to find a significant amount of money that we'll be putting back into Title II. We're also don't have encumbered here our summer professional development, which usually takes up quite a bit of our spending. So we're looking at sending staff to PLC training, and then our biggest program is the AVID program, which takes up quite a bit of money for the school district. Our next fund is the Full Service Community Schools Fund. Our award is $738,219.10. We've expended $201,000 out of this. I did include, but I'll go over this in the community schools when I'm talking about this. We did see a reduction in that fund from the federal government, and I'll cover that in my next presentation. We have 50% remaining of this fund. Our challenges have been staffing, of course. This year, we were able to have full staffing for all of our community schools, which we're glad we have coordinators in each school site. And they're doing a fabulous job of ensuring that the greenhouses are up and running. We're partnering with Micah and getting the gardening club going. After school programming is happening at every one of our school sites. And you know, we're just looking at how we can expand it more. So having coordinators at each school site has been a huge benefit. But what we have taken a hit on is that there is not a district coordinator, which is one of the biggest salaries of this grant. So I've been filling in for that position, but my salary doesn't come out of that fund. What we're looking at here is student nutrition, looking at the health of students, academic improvement, so attendance, graduation rates, transition for our students between 5th and 6th grade, and then 8th and 10th grade, and then on to secondary and their college and career readiness. And that's something that our coordinators, we've started to talk about now in December, and they're looking at bringing that into their program. Active and community engagement is another big piece of that. I think as we were getting our new coordinators, the easiest in was the food piece on how do we provide food services, get the gardening program going. So now we're talking about how do we get family engagement going with everybody. So partnering with UNM and providing ELL services or GED courses for our families. And then collaborative leadership practices. Everybody has their leadership team. Their middle school, I want to say, is one of our hardest battles to get parents or community members in there to participate. And the reasoning behind that, I think, is because it drops off in elementary and then you pick back up because you're worried about your kiddo graduating. But mid school seems to be one of those areas where we're always struggling getting an after school program going or getting parents to volunteer and having programs in there. I want to say she has 5 after school programs that we've started: the book club, a STEM club, the gardening club. I can't remember the 2 other ones that we just met yesterday and talked about it. But those programs are up and running, and she's had parents come in and say that they would be on her leadership team. So I'm really excited for that piece. Our next grant is the Indian Education Formula Grant, and we talked about this at one of our board meetings as well. That allocation is $53,417. We have a remaining balance of 18%. This one we're able to move funds around, and again, going back to finance and having those great conversations of where we can move around and making sure that we're expending down that fund. And then also utilizing other funds to help support. So our operation not taking such a big hit with salaries. And this one had a significant amount of salary in it. And our final fund that is federally impacted is our impact aid.
Excuse me.
Oh, go ahead.
Some of these grants are very specific to what you can transfer into these funds, because they're special revenue funds. Is this a special revenue fund? Or is it considered a special revenue fund? And is it allowable to do that, to transfer money into this fund?
We're not transferring money into the fund. What we're doing is looking at who's being paid out of the fund. So the fund had originally been for our liaison, the full salary. And then when we had gone back with finance to take a look at it, it was showing that it was in a deficit, but we have one of our state funds that can help support that salary.
You charged it to this
Yes.
other fund.
Exactly.
Okay, so there was no,
No,
okay, thank you.
no, absolutely not. Thank you for that question. So our impact aid, regular education, and impact aid special education, as we had presented to you in, January, like in January. We talked about this fund, it's based off of our application that we have for our impact aid formula grants and looking at students who live on federal land and are not, we don't receive SCG for, so we receive funds for this. These two funds, again, Ms. Lujan has shared that the district has dedicated this towards our Indian education program and specifically for our Native American students. We do meet with tribal leadership and our IEC parent committee to see what they would like to see the funds expended on every school year. We're looking at, I believe, April for our next tribal consultation, but this was one of their, requests was that we do have a liaison and move away from the tutor who was a non-certified into a teacher who's a certified, so that increased the salary, so we let them know we were gonna dip into some of our other funds for that. And with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions for Associate Superintendent Obregon?
I have a question just for clarification. Thank you, President Torres. So, you might guess I'm gonna ask about the community school loan, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around the actualities. So is that the 2.5 million 5-year one that we got?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
the 738 is what we have left in it? Is that what that
That's what
represents?
we're allocated every year. So we were allocated 738,000. That's our allocation, but this year we did see a decrease in that amount. And actually, I'll go into the next presentation on our community schools.
Oh, I don't know that one.
That one was loaded. Okay. So, go ahead with the next step. The funds available that we have for community schools within the district is the full service, which is the 2.5 for the 5-year. And then we have our state funded, which was, starting at 60,000 and then they increased it by 9,000. And then our SCG allocation that we have for the school district. Next slide. So our state fund, we've already expended pretty much that one down completely, and that was spent on Arroyo's and Rancho's salaries. So we have approximately 12,000, and I want to say that's probably even less because we've already gone through another couple of pay periods. And then they've already utilized their funds that we had made available for them to do professional development was one, and then buy some more supplies and materials for their classrooms. The full service community schools grant, our expenditures were at 187, but that also had changed as well. Since again, we went through some more pay periods from there. What we had is a remaining balance of 377,042. This, one of the issues that we had with this is that we went 1 year without coordinators at high school and mid school. And then actually 2 years at mid school. Then we've also, we carried a large amount in carryover with this one. So I included in there the letter that we got from the State Department. In December, they notified us, as I had shared with you, that they were going to be looking at taking some money across the board because they were funding more programs and then they were starting to look, they didn't have enough money to fund all of those programs. So they were looking at districts that were carrying a large carryover balances, and our school district happened to be one of those. So what our reduction is $250,000. However, I want to keep everybody in mind that we still have a large amount of carryover. So in December, we were scrambling to check to see how much carryover we still did have, and that was that $377,000. So on top of that, this allocation that we have for this year is going to be $249,000, which will leave us with $623,000 that we have to expend down, which is still a significant amount of money when we're considering this year. I still don't have the district coordinator. We've reopened the position. We will, however, be folding in Arroyos and Ranchos into the grant. So that'll help expend the money even more for the upcoming school year. Something that we did, and I wanted to know, was we finished our ad hoc reporting, which is our federal reporting for the fiscal year. And what we did find was that we were seeing an increase in students who were being out of school suspended. And this became a red flag for myself. I shared this with Dr. Layton as well, and with the principals also, that there's, we saw a large increase of students that were being out of school suspended. So what I'm going to ask our grant manager is if we can reallocate some funds to actually have some people in the schools. And what I'd like to see is some more security, and not think of our security as, monitoring the kids and making sure that they're not fighting anything, but having our security build those relationships with our students. We just went through a CSTAG training, which was an assessment of students who may be in need of additional supports. It's typically called the threat assessment, but we want to move away from that. We're thinking of it as a care plan for students who are in crisis. And this is one of the pieces that was shared with us when we went through that training is, do you have adults that can connect with these students and see when they are in crisis, and how can you help provide those services to them? So one of the ideas that we had was adding more additional staff in there, and then again, going to restorative justice and making sure that that program is fully implemented. So we're on a soft start right now.
Okay.
Does
Thank you.
that help with that?
Thank you totally. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then, of course, we have our SEG, which I am very thankful to everybody for letting me keep that little pot of money. We've been able to expend $65,000, which will again help support the rest of those salaries for Arroyos and Ranchos. And then it's also helped Ranchos to get their program up and running. And of course, this does not include the grants that we've gone out for, that the school sites have gone out for. The Clear Foundation and the Lord Foundation have been big supporters of the Community Foundation as well, for the community schools.
Excuse me, this is Johnny Olguin. Can I ask a question, Ms. Montagon?
Go ahead, Mr. Olguin.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me on. I learned a lot just listening to everybody speak. I had a question, because we're talking budget and because we're talking how we could be more efficient. I know the restorative justice is just another line of defense, just like athletics is, into keeping our kids off the streets and making sure that they're at practices instead of doing something they shouldn't be. And I know I talked previously to Carla, Ms. Martinez, about putting weights in the weight room and helping us get more kids in there and by recruiting them. And I think the whole thing I've heard today is about facilities being our major push. And I believe in that, because I think that the more facilities, even at lunch, when you talked about lunch, lunch is it's an experience. It's where you go to have fun with your friends and things like that. So I think we're all on the same line with that. And I'm wondering how we could better utilize restorative justice as role models and coaches, and not being able to have coaches in positions in the school. This could be something that we could use to help with security and different items like that. And I just wanted to hear some thoughts from the board, if possible, and you, Ms. Mondragon.
President Flores, to answer that, we did have a restorative justice grant, and what we're looking at with those pieces is the primary focus right now is for students who have been identified in crisis. So our out of school suspensions, which typically are our low attending students, have low GPAs where they're not as successful in school. So, they're they're the ones that aren't typically going to be in the athletic arena, unfortunately. So that is gonna be our primary focus for right now, and then as we fully implement it, then we'll expand out into the rest of the school district area. I will say if we had coaches and we were able to have them, you know, be those one-on-one contacts to make sure that there'd be adults there that's available for them, that's a fabulous idea, and we'd be more than willing and happy to work with athletics to make sure that we can implement that in. The more adults we have that can connect to kids and establish that rapport, those relationships, I think is really gonna help. From what we've seen with all the research, and we have first base evidence with our Indian Ed program, with our liaisons and our tutors who have built that rapport with our students, is that it's successful having adults in there who can connect to a kid and they can feel like they have an advocate and a voice for themselves. Because, you know, when we're thinking about brain development and we want to tell them, go advocate for yourself to another adult, that doesn't help happen. Their brains aren't fully developed until they're 20-something. So having another adult who can help them advocate for themselves is very important to us. So connecting with the athletic department would be something that we definitely look at doing as well.
Would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Yes, the, you say you're needing coaches, is the pay that is it an issue in hiring people to fill these positions?
So, what I am looking for right now is that we're looking at security. And just because the security, from what we've seen in other school districts, is that the security that is in the school system are the ones that are able to de-escalate situations and have that rapport with students. And they're kind of that front line telling the students hello, good morning, and seeing if there's any issues. So not looking at security like, you know, again, they're keeping that out. They're the school. One of the issues is pay that we did find out that I want to say that their pay was $16 an hour. I did meet with some people from Rio Rancho where they're hiring retired police and they're offering a higher pay. So that's what we'll be asking for in the grant, is that we're giving a higher pay than what we're doing right now.
That's the only way we're gonna get anyone
Absolutely.
to come on board.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Okay. And then just real quick, we're looking, our roles for our coordinators are, you know, to build a sustainable model. We've been talking about how they can start handing off their programming to others within the community. So pulling in volunteers to help out with the food pantry or with the clothing distribution right now, the gardening clubs. How can we look out into the community to help support that? Next slide. The general goals of the grant is implementation of the community schools model district-wide, which we are doing right now, and the ladies are doing a fabulous job with that. In fact, we were asked to present at NMPED because they were so impressed with our high school program, and I hope they have our mid-school present, because that is a challenge when you talk to other community schools around the nation. A continuum of services, enhanced student success. This is where we're tying in our other programming, attendance, academics, graduation. Our nursing program is being pulled into all of these, just the overall collaboration of how the district is working together with community schools. Building stronger families and communities, and then food sovereignty, which they've done an excellent job this year of getting that up and running. We did receive a $30,000 grant from LORE, which we're looking at an after-school program where we're have a lending library with crock pots and utensils and pots and pans, and then our high school coordinator is going to be teaching a class on how to prepare cost-effective meals and that are nutritious as well. And critical areas to focus on, which we have gone over, is family and parent engagement. Supports for our EL families, which we are partnering with UNM Taos to see about getting some initial at Enos Garcia. ensuring that our coordinators are working towards that sustainable model. After school programming, all sites, we hit that one now, so I could check that one off of our list. Home visits to families to start more outreach, and then working with district to integrate the district resources even more than what we've already done so far. With that, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for, Ms.? Go on. I have a quick question and it doesn't really tie to community school, and it just dawned on me and hearing Mr. O'Geen's voice and thinking about athletics and our food, issue or our budget. Is there a way that, maybe if we provided meals to our student athletes after school, that would be a way to kind of add more reimbursements to us? Is that maybe something we could look at?
President Flores, members of the board, I can actually answer that question. I've been working already with the finance department to see how we can specifically tie those two together and perhaps set a budget aside to ensure that our students are fed from us.
Yes, to get reimbursed.
Yes, yes, definitely.
So we're actually specifically with the finance department, see how we can merge those two.
Thank you. I just talked to, during the break, I talked to Ms. Carroll about this. Apparently, my understanding is that there's some state grants that we can apply for to feed those athletes, that we just need to apply for that grant. So we should, if we can.
We'll get with our, grant coordinator.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Ms. Obregon. It seemed, just, your slide there, last year, how we worked real hard to provide a summer program and after school programming. I think it's a big need, for our community, and I just want to, commend your creativity, and all the work you do for the district. You're very valuable to the district with all your experience, knowledge, your education, and very thankful for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and again, it goes back to also the staff that we have, right there are amazing people that are in the community schools, but I deeply appreciate that.
And I just have one more comment, just feed them all. Feed everybody, all the kiddos.
So this, this position's been open as the coordinator. What's the salary for that? Mrs. Butragani?
It's dependent on your certification level, so if you do have to have an MA. And again, it goes with our salary schedules and how we're, we have to make sure we're not overlapping with anybody. If you don't have your leadership license, it starts at 86,000, I want to say. If you do have your leadership license, it's about 90,000.
And we can't find anyone right now.
We did have a candidate. Unfortunately, we're like we do with a lot of our programs in the district. What ends up happening is we have staff within the schools that want to move up, which is great because they come with knowledge of the community and the school side. However, with this particular candidate that we had, they chose to stay in the classroom, which we're thankful for. And, we don't have a lack of position, but it did leave a gap with us for the district coordinator, so.
Regards current time.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
So that concludes our presentations.
Oh,
And one more.
One more.
We want to hear from you.
President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Lane, and community members, I'm going to present art spending fund number 24330. We expended $7,385,000. $7,385,622.59 between 2021 to 2024. So I'm going to go over the requirements, the approval process, and I'm going to give you a highlight of the expenditures. So the approval process for our funds began with an application. If there were changes that we had to make, there were amendments that we had to submit to the PD. The application had to be
aligned to the requirements and it had to be approved by the PED. The same thing with any changes that we made as the years went forward. If we purchased something that was over $5,000, we had to fill out a financing form. This was also something that we had to fill out for our larger purchases. So when we bought the Chromebooks, we had to have a 5K form for those, even though an individual Chromebook is not over $5,000. That also had to be approved from the PED. We had to have memorandums of understanding from all of our community partners, and we had to follow all procurement guidelines, including that if any of our purchases were above $19,000 and $999, we had to come here for some board approval. So our spending had to align with core areas. Addressing physical health and safety, meeting students' academic, social, emotional, and other needs, mental health supports for students and staff, and operational continuity and other allowed expenses. So there were 25 listed out allowed uses of these funds. They had to fit within these 4 categories. So an important piece of the ARC spending requirement is that there was a 20% set aside requirement, which meant that 25% of the entire grant was required to be spent on evidence-based interventions and programs with ESSA ratings. This was an additional requirement that you had to apply for. You had to have conversation with the people who were overseeing that piece. The purpose of the 20% set aside was to combat the learning loss associated with COVID, especially in the populations that were disproportionately affected by the COVID pandemic. Our ARP application was also posted on the school board website. Expenditures. Okay, so our 20% set aside, we bought new upgraded Chromebooks for every grade 3 through 12 student. We invested in software to support online learning, differentiated curriculum and assessments, which included our investments in credit recovery, our investments in the Taos Tiger Connect Academy, and our assessments, so our iReady piece. We paid a piece of the literacy coach's salary, and we paid a piece of the bilingual teacher's salary for the 20% set aside. So beyond the 20% set aside, we had $5,908,554.87. The biggest portion of that went to salaries and benefits. So we had staff members such as English language learner interventionist, our SEL coordinator, the literacy coach. Other salaries and benefits included new teacher recruitment and retention incentive pay, custodian overtime, our technology secretary, special education support and tutoring, and our social emotional site champions. Our next highest cost was maintenance and repair of grounds and building. We had an outdoor learning space that we paid out of ARP, $1,100,000. That is a space that's still being used at Taos High for outdoor learning. All of our PE classes use that space. They also use it during Flex Friday. Most recently, they used it for the fly fishing. So they had fly fishing out there, measuring how long their cast was using those pieces. And just important to note, additional funds in the district funded that project as well. And also in that category, we upgraded the HVAC at Taos High, Ranchos Elementary School, and Arroyos Elementary School. Out of our funding, we had about $1 million that went to the charter schools. I know the charter schools use those to fund interventionist positions and upgrade their HVAC. We had additional expenditures For other contract services, so those were a lot of our community partners, including the CAB, AIR with the gardening, Nonviolence Works and True Kids One. We also spent a little more than $500,000 on materials and supplies. Those included an investment in Physics in the Box, the curriculum to help with our students with math and science, used at the middle school, the high school, and Tau Cyber. We also invested in reunification supplies, and we supported a lot of Flex Friday work. We had some supply assets, and those are listed there. And then we have an indirect cost fee for all of the work that it included to support ARP. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seeger. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Seeger on the ARP spending?
I have a question. On the other contractual services like CAV, the AIRE, and the True Kids, were those separate contracts
Yes.
that
that
made up
all
the
went through
176?
approval processes, and they had to be built into the MOUs, yeah.
And they came through the board
Yes.
Yes.
for approval.
We approved True
I
Kids
just want to
One.
make that noted, that this did come through the board.
Yes, every purchase that was over $19,000, 999 cents
Nine.
before the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
I recall a question, I think Secretary Duffy had a while ago. If there was, I think it was to you, Tanya, there was extra ARPA money left that we had to spend before December 31st. You said we spent it in September.
By the end of September 30th.
Did that come before the board, or do you remember what it was?
Everything that she's presenting here all came to you and the board.
So that extra money was part of what we gave to CAV, or do you know what did we spend the extra money that we had to spend by December 31st in September? Do you remember?
It's not extra money.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, the leftover money.
we didn't have any leftover money. We met the expenditure guidelines. So I understand other agencies in the county had leftover money where they didn't meet the expenditure guidelines. We did not have to apply for an extension. Other districts in the state had to apply for an extension, but we met all of the expenditure guidelines and all of the expenditure deadlines.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seeger. Great presentation, very clear and concise and touched on everything. Thank you so much. All right, good job. Okay, so we have one more, yes.
Okay. President Flores, members of the board, community members, Dr. Layton, I'm going to do a quick presentation on the federal funds that I oversee. The largest fund I oversee is the Title I fund. The Title I fund is basically designed to level the playing field for our students from low-income families. We were awarded $1,256,159. We have expended about half of that. We've encumbered more of that. We have 31.75% remaining. There are some criteria for expenditure for Title I. All of the funds that I have to be aligned with the application. If changes happen, I have to submit to the NMPED for approval of amendments. Importantly about Title I is that we do a rank ordering process based on where there are the most students at risk, as determined by their level of income and their academic performance. Our schools keep documentation at the district office and at their school sites, and we have yearly reporting requirements. This is the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. This grant expires this year. Everything has to be encumbered by March 31st and expended by June So the purpose of this grant is to provide literacy resources, including coaching and professional learning, to improve the literacy skills of our most at-risk students. The criteria for expenditure is you have to spend 15% of the award over the lifetime of the grant in birth to 5, 40% in the K-5 area, and 40% in the 6-12 area. The additional funds can move between the 3 levels. It has to be related to literacy. We have a fall and spring site visit, and we maintain a lot of online documentation. Okay, Title IV is safe and healthy schools. And what we're trying to do is make sure that our students have an opportunity for well-rounded education, that they have safe and healthy schools, and we want to increase the effective use of technology. We were awarded $83,517. We've expended or encumbered almost all of that. We have 1.93% remaining. It has to be aligned with the application. It has to fit into those 3 areas of spending: safe and healthy schools, well-rounded education, and technology. And we have yearly reporting requirements. Okay. Rural and low income. This money is designed to help rural districts and state charter schools use federal funding more effectively to address their unique needs. So you can see what we were awarded, what we've expended, and what we have encumbered. And the criteria for expenditure that have to be aligned with our application, and we have yearly reporting requirements. Title III is one of our most restrictive funds. It's designed to support English language learners in acquiring academic English skills. So we were awarded $39,258. We have expended $25,461. We've encumbered a little more. We have about 31% remaining. What is more difficult about Title III is that you have an application, but then you also have to reapply for a pre-approval beyond the application. And we have to address 3 areas: PD, parental involvement, and materials. We also have a Perkins grant. I work with Miss Margot Dumas Valdez, who knows all things Perkins. She oversees this grant, and the idea is that we're supporting career and technical education in the career clusters. And you can see that we have about 38.5% remaining. This is also a very detailed application, and it has a very detailed approval process. In some of the applications, I could list something like software. In this application, you have to be very specific about exactly how that money is going to be spent. And if anything's going to change, you have to be very, very clear about that piece. And they have a yearly reporting process as well. And I work with Mr. Robbie Trujillo with the Year Up grant. And the Year Up grant is designed to support the number of students participating in college and career pathways. And he has about 14% left to spend. They also have a detailed application process. And this grant is overseen by the New Mexico Higher Education Department, so it has a slightly different process than some of our other grants which flow through the NMPED. I think that's my last one. Okay, so I stand for questions.
Any questions for Ms. Eager regarding the federal programs directed funds program McKinney?
Appreciate it, Ms. Eager. Regarding the last grant, is that also, the awards, does that include the salary for staff? Okay. And how many staff do we have at the high? Is it all at the high school, or they have some?
So Year Up pays for Mr. Robbie Trujillo, and they pay for a part-time data analyst, and they pay for 1 math interventionist position at the middle school.
Okay. Great, appreciate it, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Eager. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much. So next is item H, consent agenda, consider.
We have a closure just from the finance
Oh.
department, that's it.
I'll be fast.
Sorry.
Well, now we're in the afternoon, good afternoon, President Boyd, members of the board, definitely, and everyone that's come to join us today. I just want to say a quick thank you to everyone for coming today or for allowing us to put this finance presentation on Saturday. I know not everybody will want to be here on Saturday, but it's a lot. We knew we had to take a lot of your time to get you guys to kind of get a feel of all the well-rounded areas. So I appreciate, Renata and her team for coming, all my finance team for the background. So I appreciate everybody to come and support us, today to give you guys a bird's eye view of what everything comes into play when it comes into finance. We have this one right here, so that you guys all have in your packet. So it's kind of like a little, what you want to see, you think we can improve, what you want to see for the next one. So just, fill it out, give it to Dr. May when you can. While I understand that, we have some of the programs in a deficit, we're all working as a team to try to figure out how we can help everyone. So thank you all for today. Thank you all for your time.
Yes, thank you,
you.
everybody. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any questions for me, President?
Thank you.
We'll send them through Dr. Lane.
Got it.
All right, so item H is consent agenda, consideration and approval of consent agenda. We have 3 items under item A. December, January, and February financial reports of December 2024, January, and February 2025. Do we have any questions or comments for the financial reports that are presented?
I would like for them to kind of go over that, kind of like a cheat sheet. Or the form that you gave us.
This, the orange one?
I think you just, I don't know when I did it.
Secretary review, President Joyce, if I may, you might want to mention the one form that they had requested, a simple.
Yeah.
I did, and I did talk to everybody, earlier. There's, another form that we gave you guys that didn't make it into your packets that I put on your tables today.
Here.
And that's just an overview of all the balances and the grants, kind of in a smaller nutshell. So if you guys like this form, we can track that on, when we do the financial reports, if that's something you want to see. If it's not, then we can figure out something else.
I want to see, I can't find that other. Oh, I know where it is.
Are you talking about this, the orange one?
Yes.
That was it.
Yeah, but what did I do with mine?
I want to see mine.
It's in the packet.
President Flores, I just kind of want to make a comment, and that is, in light of all the federal grants that we have and the state grants included, I think it's just so important that that we are transparent in how and that we spend them according to the requirements, and that they're all accounted for. And I appreciate, the time that you spent giving us the reports. I really like to see the when they were executed, I mean, the starting and when they are supposed to end, and in any balances. But again, I think that is so important, being in light of, I don't know if some of these federal grants are going to be, if we're going to get them in the future. And but I think that we would like the public to know that they're being accounted for and expended according to the program and what is required of us to report. And I'm trusting that is the case for each of the grants that have been executed by the board.
Thank you, Secretary.
But if I may, one thing, just so that you're aware of also with the execution of it, like, Director Eager did say, is that we do have to go through a process when it is over that 5,000 that we're getting PED approval. So it's, there's multiple layers there with these grants that there are restrictions on us, even when we're submitting our RFRs for reimbursement. They're going through it with a fine-tooth comb and questioning if there's we may have lacked an agenda or a badge. They're asking us for those items so that we're fully meeting the requirements of each of our grants.
Thank you for providing that clarity, because it is important for the public to know that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Wonderful.
Thank you, of course. Tanya, with regard to this, it was on the table, but I haven't had a chance to look through it, so if with your approval, we'll look through it and then we can have another conversation at some point about whether it's working and how, yeah, but thank you so much for doing
If you
that.
could please direct the conversation through
Well,
superintendent.
we will, definitely with him, definitely.
Okay, with those comments being said, so move to approve the consent agenda as presented. We get a second?
Second,
There's something from Vice President, call through the please.
Board Member Butcher,
yes,
Board Member King,
Yes,
Chair Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
yes,
President Flores.
Yes. Item I, other new business, A, discussion and possible approval of conflict of interest form for Taos Tennis LLC for Elbrock. Superintendent Leighton and, Athletic Director Johnny O'Keefe, Superintendent.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, just to provide you with the conflict of interest form for board approval. One of the things about filling up processes and procedures is, this is one that has typically, I could say, we have the tennis program that goes to visit the location that is run by Kurt Edelbrock. And so they also provide the equipment for our tennis. But because they provide the equipment and he is also the coach, he has to submit a conflict of interest form in order to make sure that there's clarity. And so what this is, what you see, is just making sure that we have a notation, the conflict of interest, in that the same coach who runs the program also does sell the equipment for a tennis team. So for example, the strings to put up the string of the tennis rackets, the tennis balls, the different pieces of it, but he is a coach of ours, or not an employee, but a contracted coach. And because he's a contracted coach, and thank you to the finance department for catching this. We brought it to our attention and we wanted to make sure that there is a conflict of interest form that does need to go before board approval.
I have a question. Thank you, President Flores. So in other words, he provides the rackets to the,
More like the equipment, the tennis balls, the strings, I believe,
the strings are for the rackets.
Purchasing
Right.
of supplies that the students need, that the, tennis, so their balls, their racket strings, or whatever that they need. He is the vendor that they have been using to purchase these items, and so we were able to find out, that Mr. Edelbrock was in fact the owner of Taos Tennis LLC. So we had to dig into it further to see.
Does it meet procurement? Do we look other places for the same, for price differences, and did
We
you go
did
through all
speak
that
with
with him?
athletic director, Mr. O'Gean, to let him know that we do have to search other vendors as well.
inclusive of 3 quotes. So one of the things I directed our athletic department to do is to make sure that they acquire the 3 quotes needed to make sure that we follow our procurement process.
I have another. Go ahead. I mean, sorry. I'm
Superintendent Layton. I gave you the documentation that they gave us at the conference regarding the contracting for coaches. And there was some interesting criteria there for the coaching and the contracts. And so I actually gave it to you so you could give finance, so I'm sure, I'm hoping that they got it. Because that was new to me.
that's what are we talking about? And
How much money?
yeah, what is the price? What kind of
Did
price?
we attach the requisition to it?
So there's no requisition right now because we can't apply a requisition. Because we need to submit first the conflict of interest form before we can go through that process.
Well, we're talking, if I can continue, he's been a coach for like 25 years,
Yes.
like 30 years.
Yes, sir.
And it's great. I'm glad to see that we're identifying this, but you know, it's been years. I mean, this guy's been, I've been in Taos since '89 and he's been, I think, coached before that.
And
So,
that's just part of our
It was good,
Sure
it's
that
good.
we follow the process.
yeah, it's good. I appreciate it. Me too.
And the answer to your question, the purchase order is about $1,200 to $1,500 that he's if they're thinking of spending for the purchase of the equipment. The one thing that I do want to point out is that Mr. Edelbrock does in fact allow the tennis team to practice, use his facilities. He owns the, so I just want you guys to be transparent about that as well. I mean, to note that that's what's going on as well. He's our coach, he's our store, and he's our facilities. He lends the facilities to the athletes as well.
Question for the first, so we don't pay for the use of the facilities at all?
Right here in the front.
Okay.
Coach O'Gean, I believe is he still online?
Yes, yes.
And he may be able to answer some questions as well.
Any questions for Coach O'Gean? Or Athletic Director O'Gean?
It was good to know he's not charging the, I said the tennis team.
Yeah, he gets very easily.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How's everybody doing?
I thought you watching basketball game.
Yeah, here we go. We're gonna get into semifinals. That's my prediction. Men's basketball.
Any questions for Coach O'Gean regarding the conflict of interest for our tennis coach?
Yeah, yes, Coach Olguin, do you have any opinion on this?
You know, I think, once again, it goes back to, facilities. I think the biggest value, Mr. Edelbrock gives us a facility, state of the art, and it's a great environment over there. But how the relationship is, I think, as we shed light on it, I think we could both benefit if we do it in the, most procurementally right methods.
Thank you, Athletic Director O'Gean, Coach O'Gean, for that. With that, no more further comments, questions. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the conflict of interest form for Taos Tennis LLC, Kurt Edelbrock.
Second.
Got a second, Vice President, Councilor Roll.
Board Member Poncho,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Gray.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, presentation under item J, Stipple Bond Advisor, Mr. Nick's been waiting patiently there in the back. Thank you for your patience and staying awake.
President Flores, Dr. Layton, and the rest of the board, thanks for having me here today. My name is Nick from Steeple Public Finance, and we serve as the district's municipal bond advisor. Today, I'm going to give you a brief update on the district's bonding capacity. Since I was here in October, we received the final 2024 assessed valuation information. And then we have some more consolidated financial options that maybe better fit the district's needs right now. I think it's timely since you've all been talking about some of the projects and needs. Hopefully we can find a way to get some money and fill some good holes that you might have. So taking a look on page 3, that's the first one that we'll look at. That shows the updated 2024 valuations for the community. Taking a look at the residential and non-residential homes, that's how we figure out what the school district is allowed to bond towards. Your total valuation is about $1.4 billion. A relatively large valuation compared to a lot of the other school districts in New Mexico. You're allowed to bond up to 6% of that, which gives you 88,278,000 of current bonding capacity. The school district does have about $15.5 million outstanding, so we need to subtract that from your total authorization. And then that gives you about $72.5 million that you could currently access through a voter election. You as a school board are allowed to call for an election and ask the public to go ahead and vote on it, but you yourselves are not allowed to go ahead and actually implement the GEO bond, be the ones to raise taxes or anything like that. It all does go back to the public. The next page just takes a look at the historical tax rates here in Taos. The residential tax rate is right around 5.5 mils and has been for probably about a decade now. And then the non-residential tax rate is slightly higher, not by much though. And then the next couple pages, those are the outstanding bonds that the school district does have. We don't necessarily need to look at those. Those are more for Tanya and I to know when payments are due and all that good stuff. The page 9, I think, is the next timely one for all of us to take a look at. That does summarize all of the outstanding debt that the school district has in the bond chart. School districts are allowed to go to an election on odd years, so that would be November of 2025 or November of 2027. We do think it is a good opportunity for the school district to go to an election in November of this year as part of the process to help manage your tax rate and keep it consistent for all the residents. If we were to have an election in 2025, we would sell bonds in 2026 and have the first payment in 2027 when you start to see that drop off. If we do that, it gives us the ability to layer on the new bond and help manage the tax rate to keep it consistent for all the residents. If we do nothing, that's an option, then you might get further behind on your facility needs. And then in 2027, if you were to consider an election at that point, it would look like a tax increase to all the residents because we would not actually sell the bonds until 2028 and have that first payment in 2029. So even if taxes stay at that historical $5.50 mark, residents might think you're raising taxes on that when really it's just what it has been historically. So part of it is just getting ahead because it does take a long time for the election and to sell the bonds and have that first payment and then all of the facility needs referred. The next couple slides talk about the capital funding overview that we talked about. Back in October, Carol brought up a good point on the mill levy change, and that does seem like it's likely going to pass. I did not include any of those slides in the presentation just because it's not guaranteed right now, but it would still work in a similar aspect where school districts are allowed to qualify for a waiver if they show they've done everything in their local capacity to help take care of their facility needs. One of the biggest benefits for you as a school district, the old waiver to get kind of the most funding from the state was at $10. That was almost doubling your current tax rate. If the new waiver gets passed, it would be at $8, and that's about a $2.50 increase. It ends up being a more digestible number, I think, for a lot of the residents in the community, and then unlocks a lot of doors from the state funding level as well. So you as a school district, you're required to take care of all your facilities. The per pupil dollars barely pay for the salaries. We heard from the facilities director that SB 9 dollars play a big part in maintaining those facilities. And that is something that we also help manage for the school district. Your SB 9 levy doesn't expire until 2029. So that's something we'll be back in front of you all for the 2027 election to make sure it's set in place before that expiration in 2029. I'd like to draw your attention, I guess, to page 14 that has just kind of a timeline up to the next steps. One thing that the superintendent and I have talked about is the district's facilities master plan. That is currently out of date, and if you are going to apply for any funding from the state, they do want to see a current 5-year facility master plan. So we do recommend the school district reach out to the PSFA. They are able to help cover about 40% of that facilities master plan cost for the school district. It does take anywhere from probably 9 to 12 months to get that complete report. And then once you have that, you're able to apply to PSFA for some of those waivers, get the increased funding, whether it's just changing locks on the buildings or trying to do a bigger project. They're still going to want to see that facility master plan as well. So we kind of have that listed as step 1, the window for the facility master plan application does close at the end of March, and then we'll open up again in about 6 months. So we think it's a good time to at least start that process. And then again, it takes about a year to get everything complete from the time PSFA gives you an award to the time your contractor finishes it. From there, we do have some kind of next steps if the school district did want to consider a bond election for November 2025. Again, we think it's important as part of your tax management process for the district. But if you do consider the election, some of the next steps would be to engage the community, get their buy-in, share some of these plans that you do have, and then let residents know that the money is not just being used from them. We are applying for waivers from the state. We're able to, I can come back and we're able to put in, some dollars for the residents to help them show that it might end up being 10 or 20 cents on the dollar that they end up paying for, as opposed to 60% of the project because of those waivers. Just to really help get community buy-in in that way, when November does roll around, everybody knows what they're voting on and what any of those, benefits and consequences might be to all of them. The school board does not have to take action until the end of August. We do recommend a little earlier if you wanted to call for an election, just to give the county clerk some time to certify everything. So I did have July on there as kind of a tentative date for when you would want to approve anything for a November election. And then from there, we're able to sell bonds in the spring of 2026, which doesn't give the district money until probably April, maybe May of 2026. So it's still a full year out, and that's again why we're here, just because it does take a long time to get that bond money over to the school district. Keep going. Page 15 has kind of, there's really two scenarios now that make the most sense for the school district. When I was here back in October, we presented a couple different tax increases. This first one is what we recommend if you just need to maintain facilities and keep up with all your operations. This one has no tax increase to all of the residents, and as part of that, just ongoing maintenance of your tax rate and your facilities. It ends up being about a $21 million election that you would be able to ask the voters for. And again, does not have that tax increase to all of them. You can see how we're able to layer on the bond payments. And it also gives you the ability to issue some new debt in a couple of years if you needed to. Again, just to maintain all of your facility needs. Page 16 is the one I wanted to focus on right now, because that shows what a 2 mil increase would look like to the school district. That gets us right around $7.50 for the tax rate. 8 is where the new mark would be for the mill levy waivers. Again, we didn't want to show that just because it's not been approved yet, but the extra half mil ends up being about $16 a year to the average resident. And so not a whole lot if we wanted to try and get up to that waiver mark. It does end up being maybe a $7 to $10 a month increase, depending on the average resident's property, that they would be asked to, approve as part of that election process. And then during that conversation through town halls and things like that, we would let residents know that, with the general obligation bond election, it does come with a small tax increase of $7 or $10, but that gives you as a school district the ability to unlock. It's more or less unlimited funds from the state. You do have to put forward, in this scenario, it would be $45 or $50 million that the school district would go out and bond for. But from there, the state covers 100% of the project after that. So if you do have, a new middle school that needs work and a couple other big projects, you could pull aside some bond money to pay for restroom facilities at the baseball and softball field. Some of those athletic things that the state is never going to pay for just from how they do it. All of that increases the educational value for the students and is up to you as a school board to try and fund. And then maybe you end up only having $40 million available for a school construction project. That's when you would go apply for the waivers, ask the state to help pay for any of the extra. One example, we work with Raton Public Schools. Based off of their current bonding capacity, they went out to an election for $8 million, and they're building a new combined K through 12 school that was budgeted for $80 million. It's looking closer to between $90 and $100 million, and the state is covering everything above the $8 million. So for them, they were able to bring their local match down below 10% by applying for waivers. It is a 4-year tax increase for all of their residents. They were in a similar situation with all of you guys where it started from $5 and doubled to 10. So it was a pretty large increase for all the residents there as well. And something that I think we spent 9 or 12 months leading up to the election, putting together a website, having those town halls, and just making sure everybody knew what they were being asked to approve. I'll pause there for any questions.
Board, any questions?
It sounds encouraging. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. It's I think we would be remiss not to just, everything here it's all been about revenue. And Taos is, everyone knows it's blowing up on real estate, so I don't think these guys, if we can share with the community that their taxes aren't going up, because these people all have the needs.
That's a big concern.
Yeah, and it's for the future as we all know, these kids need help and staff. Yeah.
My comments, we've had Stipple here, it's already probably your 3rd or 4th time you've been here recently, and we appreciate your time here. You've been very informative as every presentation you give. I Unfortunately, I'm not a finance guy. I do pretty well on my own. But being on the board for as long as I've been, I've always had a little bit of some difficulty grasping this, but you've made it very easy to understand. I think it's important for the school district that we at least at the minimum maintain our current taxation so that we can continue to maintain our facilities. But it also would be a good discussion amongst the board to have as to if we would like to increase that so that we could have further bonding capacity to do even more upgrades or improvements throughout the district. We do have quite a bit of aging facilities, aging infrastructure and equipment that if we don't act now or have a plan towards the future boards, future superintendents are gonna more than likely sit in that seat and look back and ask why did that board at that time not look to the future and plan accordingly. And I think we sit here at a point in time where as elected officials that are elected and decide to sit in these seats and make these decisions, they're tough decisions, but we have to look down the road towards the future and make the best decision for the district. It would be my suggestion to the board, this is just a presentation item, so it's not an item of action, but that we would work with the superintendent, make a plan to bring this forward to the board and invite you down to house again. Hopefully not keep you here for as long as we did today, so that we can actually have a thorough discussion at a future meeting, but allow superintendent for that agenda not to be stacked, so that we can have a good discussion. And have it as an action item in the event the board decides to take action, and we can. If the board decides to discuss it, we can move it to another meeting, but I think the timeline is in order to inform the public, have all our ducks in a row per se. The sooner we act on this, the sooner we discuss it, the better off we are, even if we choose not to go down that road, but we'll put us in a better situation. That's my comment, yes.
Thank you. Within that same conversation with the board, I would like to also have kind of wrap it into a conversation regarding, for example, the number of buses we have, or the number of facilities that we have with the declining enrollment, and pay attention to what facilities we for sure would want. We need a plan what we want to fix, keep fixing and put money into anymore, and that kind of a conversation so that we have the whole financial picture together.
I think that conversation definitely open-ended. We will allow for enough time to thoroughly discuss it. I think the big thing is here, and I'm not the finance guru, that's why we have Nick. But if we don't move forward and at least maintain our current taxation, that actually supplies money to the district at the most minimum, allows us to maintain what we have.
Right.
And that drops off, and then go to the voters and then ask to get a bond passed, they're gonna see a tax increase. And it could not very well work in our favor. And that's a question I have here real quick, Mr. Nick. What would be the question on the ballot that would say just to maintain the most minimum?
It would end up asking, can Taos Municipal Schools issue a bond for $21 million to pay for X, Y, and Z? It would not mention the mill levy in the question. That's part of why we recommend having the town hall to help communicate that with everybody, let them know that there won't be a tax increase associated with it. I do agree with your point. If you can, maintain the tax rate, it ends up working a lot better. You could issue $21 million right now and keep the tax rate steady. If the tax rate declines and we issue $1 million worth of bonds, it's going to look like a tax increase to everybody, even though we're getting not back to where we were historically, but just makes it a little bit more challenging. Another thing that was included with the new waiver requirements was also an extension of it. So it looks like it's going to go through fiscal year 2028 right now. When I was here in the past, it was through fiscal year 2026. So to your point about just maintaining facilities, if you All you did was that first option in the presentation of $21 million to maintain facilities. That does still give you the ability to have, an election again in 2027 if you wanted to try and apply for waivers and needed some more time to figure out what those big ticket items were for the district.
If I could just add a real quick, the cost of construction, the cost of goods, cost of labor, services, everything is going up also, and it's a tough decision for the board to make, as a member of this community. Nobody wants to see their taxes go up, but everything is going up, and at some point in time, we need to also look that if we just keep the current taxation, everything else is going up, so the ability that we have to do whatever the ability we have with that money is gonna kind of drop off too, so we may want to look at with proper advisement and discussion and research, maybe look to a small tax increment increase, and I don't know if I'm using the right verbiage, but I think everybody gets my point, increase the mill.
To maintain the cost of projects,
Yeah, because everything's going up, but if we're gonna keep this consistent taxation, we're actually finding ourselves
Right.
falling short, so we may need to look at adding a little bit, or requesting an increase for the voters to approve. Our positions here within this school board is to be able to, at the most minimum, maintain our district, but down the road, we want to make improvements. And we've got to set future boards, future superintendents up for that success, so probably hearing me speak, you might know where I stand on this, but we definitely need to have a good, healthy discussion with an actionable item. Any other comments from the board?
I think you elucidated the facts quite eloquently, President Mark, because we're here to move the metrics up. Everything is moving up. We know, I think if you can explain what you're doing, people understand. People say no because it's KNOW, it's not NO. So you informed our constituents, I think they'll be right behind us. Yeah.
For this, Vice President Chair, Vice President Brady, members of the board, I just want to really commend Nick for his patience. And the reason I had him be very patient with us to the end is, as a whole today with the finance committee, we got a really big picture of where the district is at financially, as well as where we're going to be headed towards. So this is why I really want to thank Nick for being very patient with us. So that way the board can see and everybody can see how everything is going to be impacting each other. And thus the stacking, but it was important we see a huge picture, a bird's eye, I think as somebody put it earlier. So thank you all very much, board, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any comments? Naomi, you've been pretty quiet over there.
Okay, thanks for all the presentations, everybody that came today, your thoroughness. Yep. We're moving around.
But may end with one thing, President Flores, to my first comment, if you guys do end up having to increase the tax rate, it wouldn't be you as a board that's increasing it. It is all the residents that would ultimately be the ones saying, yes, we're okay with the tax increase. All you're doing is giving them that option, yes or no, and they can be very clear in an election if they don't want it. And then to Keith's earlier comment about the values continuing to go up, new construction happening here. Taos has been averaging about 3% growth in the total valuation. If we do continue to see that growth in the total valuation, that will lower the tax increase amounts that I mentioned in the presentation. So we might be talking about a $6 increase to start, but it could end up going down if we continue to see good growth here in the community.
Before Nick leaves, would it be of interest from the board that we bring this back for actionable discussion as to how we want to move it forward? Or what the board's thoughts are? Right now, it's just as a presentation item. But I think the discussion needs to have as to what we want to bring to the voters, if we do want to bring it forward to the voters.
We better, because the timelines
I think we have a duty to keep moving this forward. I mean, Nick is,
Talk about it.
yeah, he's not far and he's here, so let's keep it moving. I mean, this is our fiduciary duty. It's one of the board members. I mean,
At the end of the day, it does go before the constituents and it'll be their decision to make, but if we choose not to bring it before to them, I think we'd be doing the district and even the community a disservice, so.
That's right. I think so too.
It's, that's the one thing that's going up is real estate. So I think it's in our favor in this case.
Yeah, I've got a lot of work on here to do.
Yeah.
Quickly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you again for
Superintendent,
your
we'll
patience.
see you all again.
We'll be seeing you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I said, have a safe trip, Nick. Back to Santa Fe.
Thank you.
May I say something about the timeline? We contacted the county clerk and they are working currently with the Secretary of State on the schedule for the election. In case you are interested, she's gonna send the calendars to the business office as soon as they have it. She mentioned that we have until July, like we said, to decide if you wanna put something on the ballot. And it's just, the timeline. So as soon as, you guys meet and discuss and all that, it will be better, so we don't have to rush because time's fly. So as soon as we have the calendar for the schedule, we will provide it to them.
And with the election being said, we've got 2 board seats up for election, so we'll see how that goes. Next item on the agenda, future topics and maybe future topics the board would like to see at the next meeting. I did talk to superintendent, something that we have all been discussing lately is to have an item on the agenda for board goals and objectives. We tabled it a few meetings back. We 3 of the board, Ms. Concha, Mr. Hill, myself, participated in some training this morning, which highlighted the importance to establish board goals for the district. Board Member King and Vice President Sprague attended that training previously, so they're aware of that. So I think I would like to request if we could have a discussion on board goals and objectives. In the training, they talked about 3 goals that the district should prioritize. I would like to recommend to each individual board member, bring 3 goals forward that you feel are important, and what we could do is have a discussion and through that discussion, come to a consensus of what maybe the top 3 for the district are. This is something we've done historically also, so it's not out of the ordinary and it's very well warranted. And then I guess we could discuss the bonding. I don't know if we'll do it at the next meeting, depending on how the agenda looks, but I think the soonest the better, so get the information out there. We talked about town hall meetings, posting it on our website, by getting stuff printed in the Taos News. All that is gonna take time. Any other requests from the board?
Sounds good.
Okay, with that being said, moving right along to upcoming finance committee meeting to be determined will allow the superintendent and the finance committee to, yes, ma'am.
President, we talked about having a welcome for the superintendent. We want to do that before he reaches his centennial, his 1 year. Because, it's running people in the community, everyone's like, oh, I haven't met him. No, he's doing a great job. I think that'd go a long ways in this bonding as well, open house. Maybe,
Well, we could discuss that, I think, offline, with it being voiced here in this meeting, this open meeting, I think the community engagement,
He took it.
would be is something we should look at, superintendent.
His birthday's May 20th. That's your birthday, isn't it? Was first day?
Oh, that birthday, yes. that
Your birthday was that, yeah.
My 1 year,
May 20th.
May 20th.
So let's look to do that, yeah, we could have a celebration, or a welcome. And all the hard work that everybody's been working at.
Yeah, so we just don't lose track of it, because I know we kind of get items of concern and we've discussed this.
All right, so we'll allow the finance committee, to work with the superintendent to establish the next, finance committee date. Item M is adjournment, so move to adjourn. All in favor?
Okay, yeah.
Aye.
I.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience and your time and hard work getting us through this meeting, with all the information.